Okay, welcome everybody to Goa, India. Once again, the quarterfinals are live. We've got the first moves coming in quickly from Andrei Esipenko and Sam Shankland here in the final 8 players in the World Cup. I've got the scores from yesterday's first games below us here, so you can see 3 draws and 1 win for Norbek Yakuboyev, who crossed 2,700 FIDE with that win. Big win for him, big milestone. And so a big must-win game for Donchenko today. Greetings to Francois and Teddy, our first viewers today. Jesse, how did you sleep?
Mixed. I'm old. I don't sleep good anymore. I
Really?
don't sleep good anyway.
Even if there were no tournament, left to your own devices? No?
No. Okay, we got a pretty classical thing. It's first kind of mild surprise. Sam plays this move D6 on move 3. Now,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't this the thing that Bobby played against Neiman?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the U.S. Championships.
So we're gonna say this is the first. Man, would he really play F5? Would he really do it?
I suppose he's wondering if that game stayed in the United States for some reason.
Uh-huh.
We don't see the Petrov anymore, says Francois. Well, that's because I don't show you the Petrov. It's been played in this
Uh,
tournament. Notably, in Esipenko's previous match, he had to overcome the Petrov. It was played by Alexei Grebnev. Wei Yi has also played it in this tournament. And today he's got black against Arjun, so there could be a Petrov right over here. Nope. Arjun played d4.
so David, do you remember how the game went with it was it knight C3 F5 or something? I can't even remember exactly how it went. I just remembered that Neiman played kind of passively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember how the game went. I'm pretty sure he didn't play d4 because I think against d4, black's intention is to play bishop g4.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
no, I don't think he played D4 for a long time.
so I think he played a move like, d3 or castles,
Right, right, right.
and then black played f5.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, I'll pull this up. No, seems like there could be other intentions here with this D6 move besides because the F5 was only in like one particular move order. So
Mm-hmm.
might have other ideas than just the F5 business.
Yeah, that's right. Good point. Sweet Blues points out that Hari Krishna's incredible 7th move queen sacrifice was against the Petrov
Mm.
at this tournament.
You
Mm.
know, one funny thing about this move D6 is, of course, it can't be a bad move.
It can't,
Um, can't be a bad move D6.
but
I mean,
nobody's played it ever before.
well, and that's what I was going to say is when I was a kid, I played Bishop C4 all the time, and so really, even as a kid, I'm playing chumps, and it was just so rare to see this move D6.
Yeah, never. I mean, I'd even seen Bishop E7, which I think might be called the Hungarian defense.
Exactamundo,
I'd
yeah.
even seen that maybe once, maybe twice, but never D6. I mean, just never.
And even against D4, black could still play Bishop E7 with the famous Hungarian. D4 would just be my automatic response. And there, black has done a gazillion different things, as you might expect.
Mm-hmm. Wow, looks like Shanky aimed correctly. Esipenko seems to be gathering himself on this move? I mean, to me, the critical move would be d4. Oh, there we go. Knight c3 played.
Okay. Wrong with knight c3.
So does that or doesn't that allow f5? Bishop e6 played immediately.
Huh? So yeah, we have very few games with bishop e6.
Okay. Uh, so knight d5 and bishop takes e6 jump out at me. If bishop
Yeah.
takes e6, I would then play d4.
You also have d3, bishop b3.
Okay, true. You could do anything.
I'm sure bishop b5 isn't even that dumb because then you could follow it up with d4.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're dealing with very few games. Now, I'll just, I'm not really a natural e4, e5 person, but my understanding of this move is that a lot of top players don't like to do the bishop e6 thing, and you can do this bishop e6 thing in a gazillion different positions. Because the black's light square bishop is his best bishop, and white's light square bishop is actually his worst bishop, even though it looks so fancy hitting the f7 square.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I don't know exactly. I guess I would think d3 makes the most sense to me for white, and then if I don't think black should take.
But if they don't take, what are they going to play? Bishop e7? Yeah, I suppose they'll just be happy you're not playing d4 early on, so they're surviving.
Yeah, and I think from Sam's perspective, he's looked at this position a little bit. He's got some ideas.
What if I trade and play d4? What do you think of your Situatsk?
Also totally viable. Yeah, bishop e6.
Okay, Asipenko took on e6. Finding his way through it very quickly, plays d4, like
So
yours
so
truly.
we there's very few games, and the very few games are really almost all of them are from lower rated players. But anyways, d4.
I imagine black can't hold e5 and trades on d4 a couple times.
Yeah. Okay, this is great though. We're gonna get an interesting novel position.
I
Um,
suppose queen d7 is an option now as well as trading, but yeah, Sam just keeps trading.
Somebody played queen e7, but yeah, ed4 makes sense. Ooh, and he took on d4, which is a little surprising to me. All right, so just in general dogma, we don't want to take on d4 if we can actually kick the queen because the queen is really nice and developed on d4. So queen d7. Now, my gut feel on this position is that white is better. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Obviously, Sam just prepped this out, but I'm just reacting to what I'm visually seeing. I would say something like plus zero point 0.5.
Wow. So super dubious marks from Jesse
Well,
coming on
there's a
this.
lot of positions in the opening that give you plus zero point 0.5, Davey. You know, it, but
Okay.
white has the development.
Mm-hmm.
Black's bishop on f8 needs a little work. Yeah, we got the F file, but that's a long way away. And I'm just trying to say, I'm sure Sam has ideas. I don't doubt that he has ideas in this position,
Mm-hmm.
but just visually, I'm like, well, why wouldn't white be better here?
Yeah. I could suggest to white playing bishop e3 and castles queenside to emphasize some of the nicest things about white's position.
Yeah, castle short right now. Can't be wrong.
Well, it could if your king's better on the queen side.
That's can't be really wrong.
I mean, it won't give white a bad position, but I think if you want to maximize your advantage here, bishop e3 and castles queenside makes a lot of sense to me because it's difficult for black to castle queenside, right? With a7
I'll tell
hanging.
you what. I'll tell you what. Let's just think about this a second. So if there is a good thing about Black's position, I would say it's that it's not clear where what White should do to us, right? So I think Bishop G5. Oh, you could even play Bishop G5 because I can't play Bishop E7.
Oh, interesting. So Jesse's saying you could even do this.
Which looks like a positional blunder with Bishop G5 because you don't ever want to play Bishop E7, but it
Right.
looks like you could do it too.
One of the main things that you were saying about white's position is that black's bishop is less good, but Jesse's got this move in mind. Well, that's uncomfortable for black. I didn't even really think of going there, Jesse, because I didn't want to trade this piece, right?
Well, honestly, I didn't either. And then I was like, we can't even play Bishop E7.
So what's black's intended next move here after queen d7? Because they can't castle queenside either, as far as I can tell, after queen a7. Bishop e7, there's queen g7. So what is black even planning to do?
Well, I think he's intending knight F6.
But he waited a move to do it, and you're saying bishop g5 would prevent it.
Well, one thing I was playing with, I don't know how I feel about it, but if Bishop G5, maybe we sack a pawn with knight F6. I don't like it. That's a pawn. No, I don't like it. That's just a clean pawn.
Should the white queen go to f3 to avoid the doubled pawns? Maybe.
Something like that. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe Black has some mild compensation there or something.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
one of the things about sacking a pawn is then you're down a pawn.
it's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one who said black could sack a pawn, and then
Well, I actually thought, I mean, I don't know. I didn't know. So, but here's the thing that what I think we do know is if we were just looking at this position and we thought, okay, this is just a novel position for both players, we'd be like, oh my God, Black's in some real trouble. However, what we do know is that Sam has ideas in this position. Maybe
mm-hmm.
White's still better, but Sam has ideas. So maybe Bishop G5, Knight F6. Let me put it this way too, though, Mr. Pruess. Let me put it this way. Okay, Bishop G5 is very concrete, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
What um what is what if you were white, besides Bishop G5, like what would your intentions be?
Well, I told you
Like
my
how
intention would be to play bishop e3 and castles queenside, and
Mhm.
my reason is that black can't castle queenside, so I get opposite side castling. And I found that when you've got a small lead in central space, development, that sort of thing, if you can castle opposite sides from your opponent, it makes the game more dramatic, right? You feel
Mm.
that little advantage more. So that's what I'd be up to. Bishop e3, castles queenside. And what would I do
Mhm.
next? I mean, well, I imagine that black's going to have to castle kingside. So next I would play f4, g4, etc. Throw everything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we have at least three reasonable moves for white. Bishop E3, bishop G5, and castle short.
Castle short definitely doesn't appeal to me here compared to the moves that the other two bishop moves. Even the move F4 could be played, and I wouldn't mind that. Just taking some more space.
Well, one of the things I was wondering about though is like when I asked the question, what should white do?
Mm-hmm.
Is I liked your answer where you're just like, well, I'll just put my bishop on E3 in castles and then kind of maybe then I'll push some stuff depending on what he does. But I was a little bit like when you think about it in terms of pawn breaks, it's not so clear like what the plan should be. Like let's say you put the pawn in F4 and then so what? What are you gonna do then? Right?
Well, let's say, you go knight f6, and I go bishop e3, and you go bishop e7, and I castle queenside, and you castle kingside, and then I play g4. I think you'll start to get a sense of what I'm up to here.
Oh, I'm gonna start getting the sense, you guys. It's Pruess is gonna give me the sense. Yeah. Oh, he's fair. Hmm.
Maybe that doesn't work. Knight g4, rook g1, bishop f6.
I was thinking you have E5 there.
I'd better have something because I played this very casually.
I did look at that. You know, kind of.
Yeah, it'll be fine. What could go wrong?
So we got a good question from Doc Savage, Twitch. First time, welcome to the dojo.
Nice.
He's asking E5 for black, and I think me and David don't want to do it intuitively because when you play E5, you give the D5 square to the white knight, and you're creating weaknesses along the light squares. So a basic response for white could be queen C4 as an example. Maybe he's got other moves too, but yeah. So that would be the reason that I mean
Yeah.
that
So Shanklin could have played e5 last move and
yeah.
eschewed it. But yeah, if he plays e5, it's not unplayable, right? So it's not impossible, but the white queen looks very good on, let's say, c4, and now d5 is going to be a good square for the knight. Black plays maybe c6 at some point to cover those squares. It should weaken the d file a little bit and the pawn on d6. So it's not necessarily terrible, but
I got a dumb question, Mr. Bruce.
mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's computer prep, so but like, what is the idea of queen D7? What are we doing? What magical sauce are we cooking up with this queen D7 move?
Like what was the reason for Sam to play Queen D7?
Yeah.
Reports from chat are correct, by the way. Sindarov and Yospam made a draw in just minutes today.
Wow, Yosifim doesn't want to play as white. He's doing a do buff.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna swap around my names down here to show
I
today's
think
colors.
that was a mistake. Well, I think Sindarov. Okay, that's a good point where I feel like definitely a fan of Yospim, uh, and I feel like he should use his white. But even for Sindarov as the favorite, you would think like dude should like in rapid anything can happen, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Anything can happen. Speaking of anything happening, Mr. Bruce, I went back and looked at Esipenko beating Keimer, which was for the sake of the candidates tournament, a real bummer because Keimer should be there. And, we'll probably talk about this game in our podcast, but like it's this random blitz game, and Esipenko wins a weird rook end game where Keimer makes one mistake and then it's over, you know?
Hmm.
And it's just like, oh, really? That's how it was decided, you know?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point of the World Cup, not being.
B3 played Mr. Pruess. Now I'm really flummoxed.
Yeah, a real
B3,
a
oh
real
man.
clunker of a move for Estepenko uh, on one of his first major choices here. 10 minutes wasted, and now anybody who thought Sam should play e5 is going to be proven correct, right? Because at some point here he's going to play e5.
Well, he doesn't have to. Okay, I do think White has an intuition in this position. It's not totally dumb. I don't believe in the move B3, but I just want to let me put it this way. Queen D7, I'm not sure I understood. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
B3 I at least understand. Okay, so his intentions are a little bit similar to yours, Mr. Bruce. So he wants
Oh,
to play
don't
Bishop
lump me
B.
in with this dude.
He wants to play Bishop B2 and castles. And he wants to claim that on E3 and on your move, Mr. Bruce, on E3, that the bishop would ultimately be molested by a knight G4.
Mm-hmm.
And he might not have even considered Bishop G5. Um, so one of the things I think he's doing as well is like he's seen positions like that um, from like there's these Sicilians, these B3, Bishop B2 Sicilians that
Mm-hmm.
are surprisingly dangerous. And part of it is when you the fianchetto structure with B3, Bishop B2 is very hard for black to get counterplay against. So
Right, but
even if it's weird and breaks my opening principles, it is not entirely dumb.
that's a different structure where black's c pawn would be an f pawn instead. Therefore, black's counterplay is this stuff with rook c8 and b5, so it's different. Here, black's not counterplaying there. And with the c7 pawn on f7, e5 is a move that, is really hard for black to imagine because it makes d5 and d6 so weak. Here, with the c7 pawn, black could totally play e5 and kill the bishop on b2 at some point. Shanklin completes some kind of fancy maneuver where the g8 knight becomes a b8 knight, transforming
And
through e7.
and I think Mr. Bruce that this I knight e7 c6 was probably his intention just about against everything.
Given that in some positions he couldn't really play knight f6 or bishop e7.
So if we imagine our bishop g5 move, I think he's still going to play knight e7 and then knight c6 and then maybe bishop e7.
Mm-hmm.
So queen e3. Yeah, this looks a lot like other positions. So it's interesting. I feel like he's pulled this out of his memory and being like, I've recognized certain positions that are similar to this based on the setup.
Yeah, I mean, I would have played probably e5 and knight f6 against this b3 move. So I wonder
I
if
don't think
Sam.
I don't think so, David. You're thinking that e5 is going to shut the bishop on b2 down,
Mhm.
but White will eventually organize an f4, and it's just going to be more violent. And I would say White's main problem is that d5 square, and so I think he wants to keep the pawn on e6
Well, sort of forever,
for a while. Yeah,
forever, ever.
forever, ever. I think bishop e7 is the main question I would ask here for black,
Mm-hmm.
just to see if I because it would be cool to play bishop f6.
Now, I would guess that b3 probably took Sam out of his memorized moves. You can only memorize so much on such a weird line that other people, haven't played that much, so you can't really predict where they'll go.
But let me do this just to try to re-engineer what the intention is. So reverse engineer. So let's say, Mr. Bruce, bishop b2. Excuse me, instead of b3, let's just play around just with the intention. So let's say you play your bishop e3, and let's claim for a second that Sam's intention is to go knight e7, c6, no matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go knight e7. Let's say you castle long. You can
Yep.
do a take if you want. I'll play knight c6. It's
Okay.
already a little interesting with knight c6 because you can see the queen on e3 is a pretty healthy square for him.
Okay. I'll go to a4, I guess.
Well, I'll ask the first question, knight e5.
Wow. Just begging. Queen b3.
I don't castle.
Where do you castle?
Oh, I can only castle long.
Okay. Whew.
No, I don't like it. I'll take it. I'll do a little bit of Jadoops.
Okay.
So knight c6, queen a4. I'll play bishop e7.
Okay. I'll play f4 like as per usual.
All right, castle short.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see. g4.
Play knight e5.
I could take it.
Oh, you can take it. It's early in the morning over here.
Yeah, I think you're going to play b5, aren't you?
At some point, yeah. Something like that.
Maybe a6 here. Maybe rook a b8.
Maybe just b5.
Maybe just b5. If Papa don't care.
All right, Sam thought for finally for 4 minutes, and he played queen e3 castles. And so the claim I'm going to make is that he's looked at positions like this with a knight on c6, and he kind of likes it.
Okay.
To defend Esipenko's b3, which I don't think was the best move or anything, I do think it was clever to put the queen on e3. So in contrast to our variation, the full tempo that white uses to play b3, white can say, well, now my bishop on b2 is out of the way and on a good square, so it can't get whacked. And my queen gets to use the e3 square that the bishop would have otherwise been on.
Yeah, I mean, I have a general principle in theory in such positions that your queen's better off on the square of on the color squares of the exchanged bishops. So I don't see why e3 would be better than c4 or a4 or d3. So I don't see this as some amazing accomplishment.
Well, I mean, it's not amazing, but he gets off of the D file. So my rook was going to go to D1 and have a nice file.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at A7, which is useful in any number of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I guess I would say white still has to be better because our dark square bishop hasn't figured out its life yet.
Well, I think it's going to f6. Bishop e7. Bishop f6.
Mm-hmm.
Castle's long, and now I would expect bishop e7 to f6.
Hard to imagine what else he would do besides bishop e7, f6, right?
Yeah. Not thousands of choices here. As far as I can tell, g6, knight b5 drops a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see anything else. Doc Savage, based on their moves, do you think they're looking for a decisive game?
Sam is always looking for a decisive game.
Yeah.
Sam don't play, dude. I mean, even if we think it's kind of weird, he is aiming for a kind of interesting position that his opponent doesn't necessarily understand.
Mm-hmm.
And he might already, I mean, I still like White, but I don't see, I don't, I also don't know what to do as White here.
Well, I suppose the one thing White could do to jam Black up would be Bishop E7 F4, and maybe that's why Shanklin is thinking instead of blitzing, because Bishop E7 looks so obvious, but after F4, Bishop F6 E5 doesn't look so good.
I was thinking also maybe we have to, is this like Bishop E7, Knight B5, King B8, and I don't see anything because Bishop D4 is met by Rook G8.
Okay, King B8 got played, but you're saying Bishop E7, Knight B5 there?
I mean, I didn't see how it was working out for White. I
King
was just
B8.
like King B8
Maybe Bishop G7 then? Rook
and then
G8?
Rook G8.
And so you tried Knight D4. You took with the Knight. Although, frankly, Black could have just
No,
played
I didn't
Bishop
try
F6.
Knight D4. I didn't do Knight D4. Don't put Knight D4 on me.
Sorry. I thought I heard you trading knights on D4 in your variation somewhere.
Now, King B8 is also a move where you say, well, I have to do that eventually anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So arguably the most flexible of all of these different moves.
Yeah.
One thought too, Mr. Pruess, is on F4, I could play Rook G8 followed by G6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If White commits to that immediately, you could untangle that away. Potentially also with the king already on B8, you could play G6.
Maybe,
And then the
maybe
knight has nothing super threatening to do, so you play Bishop G7 next.
Mm-hmm.
Or even Bishop H6 if you want to get frisky. Bishop H6, Rook H F8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, King B8 looks pretty good, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a slight improvement or finesse over Bishop E7.
And Sam's got 11 minutes, and it's not nothing.
Yeah.
I would say it's a slightly difficult position for White, just in the sense of I need a plan, and I don't have one.
Yeah. I agree it's slightly difficult, and I blame the move B3.
I knew you were gonna play it, dude. Yeah, and I think I think even S.E. Penko knew when he played the move B3 that it wasn't gonna be like the objectively best. I think he understood that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think his thoughts were like, this Sam dude is crushing with all these weird moves. I just want to get a position that I understand or I feel good in. But the problem was, I think Sam was going to do 97 C6 anyway, no
Mm-hmm.
matter what you did.
Right. Patrick woke up early today, and I see it's taken its toll. So now, Patrick, you'll understand. Patrick's asking Shanklin to play H5.
H5.
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't sleep enough. Some kind of slow wind up for G6 and Bishop H6. But there's no need to hurt yourself. H5 weakens your G-pawn. Your bishop will find its way out without
King
that.
B1. I should have said King B1. Because then I could have said I'm a GM today.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious though. I would have not offered you many points for that.
Oh man. Give me some points, buddy.
Sorry.
All right. The other advantage or thought behind a rook G8 right now could be to say, well, maybe I don't even play G6. Maybe I play G5.
G5?
Yeah.
Where?
So let's just say what Black has three basic plans here that I could tell. The mundane bishop E7, but then you have to figure out what you're going to do on F4. The spicy G6, saying that no knight discovery is going to do anything to me. That's what I'm going to guess is actually going to happen is G6 right now. But you could also play rook G8 with the thought to say, well, it's not just that I want maybe to get the rook out of the way, but I also want to threaten G5.
So you want to do the minority attack.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand rook G8 mostly because of F4, and then like, well, why did I'm not going to play G5 then?
Could you play G5 then?
Well, I'm saying I can't after F4 with G8, F4. So I'm guessing G6 here.
I'm also guessing G6 here. Let's double check one or two knight moves here. G6, knight D5, bishop G7, knight F6, queen F7. Do we have any problems? Is our casito safe? Yeah, no problems.
One thing is true is that the white knight on C3 definitely wants to move. Wants to get out of the way of the bishop on B2, but I don't see any path for it, whether we play G6 or not. That's another little problem.
Right. It's not really bothering us too much. Okay, let's try something. Let's try G6, knight E2, doing something with the knight. Bishop G7, trade, knight F4. Ooh. Rook D to E8, defending E6.
What was the ooh about?
Well, the knight was trying to do the knight was trying to do something, but I wasn't really very scared.
He could also play queen E5 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
In general, I don't think you want to give my queen that fat diagonal.
No. Okay. Francois says against G6, maybe play H4 for white. Saying, hey, buddy, it's my majority over here. And then against bishop G7, you engage with H5.
Oh, he's engaging me?
The Dunchenko-Norderbeck score is wrong. Right. I flipped the player names, but not the score. Thank you. I was trying to show who had white or black today, but I didn't finish what I was doing. Okay. I like Francois' suggestion.
Yeah, it's not dumb. Also, really, I think yeah, probably something like this is going to happen. It's a huge achievement, though, for me to get bishop G7 in, so I'm not too concerned about you playing H5. Actually, David, so let's say on H5, let's say I just play bishop F6. And I'll tell you that I'm thinking about both queen G7 and G5.
I see that.
I've been dreaming about G5 for a while anyway.
I see that. All right, I'm going to lift my Rookovich.
Uh-oh.
Like a fancy pantsy shanky panky.
I don't know if I get it. Let's say G5.
Okay, G5's away.
This is the first position after we get G5, by the way, where I'm like, okay, I kind of like Black's position here.
Mm-hmm.
The first one.
All right, I don't know. Rook F3.
All right, Rook HF8.
Ay, ay, ay. What am I even doing here?
I don't know, buddy. I don't know. If you wanted to get fancy, maybe you could have played you could alpha zeroed me with H6 or something after Bishop F6. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
know. I did think I was getting fancy.
Hmm.
This is my current version of fancy.
All right, Sam is tanking a good little bit here. He did already think a little bit on castles long.
All right, Rook F6, Rook F6, Knight D5.
Oh my God, what are you doing to me? All right, I don't know. Put it on F7 just so you can show me the idea.
Put it on F7. Knight F6.
Okay, I don't know.
Queen E7. Queen G5. Rook F8.
Something like that. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know either, but
I mean, I like the look of H4. I can feel that. But yeah, you did okay there with Bishop F6. Not so bad.
the
Not
other
so
thing that's a little
bad.
interesting about this position, Mr. Bruce, is like there's not that it's kind of it's a surprisingly untraveled pawn structure, right?
Yeah.
I know I've seen games like this where the probably this pawn structure just doesn't happen that often. For example, there's absolutely no name for this structure.
Mm-hmm.
I got 7 minutes where GMs today, G6 was played.
Yeah. All right, Jesse. How about H4, Bishop G7, H5, Bishop F6, and then Knight E2?
Yeah.
Just getting out of the way, accepting reality about this bishop trade, and maybe stopping your G5 move for now.
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably played Queen F7 or something.
Sorry, what's that?
Probably Queen F7.
Queen F7. Dangerous. Queen F4.
Okay, maybe not Queen G7. All right, so 92, bishop takes B2, king takes B2, queen G7 check,
Mm-hmm. Queen C3.
snifferino,
King
G5,
G5. H6.
king C8.
King C8. But you see how much greater my king is at the moment.
No, I don't know.
No. Um, Knight D4.
Yeah,
I
no,
think I've
either
already
king.
won King of the Hill at this point. There's no way to stop me.
What are you talking about?
King of the Hill is a variant where you win if your king gets to the central four squares.
Okay, okay. I played king D7.
Oh, he tries to resist. Knight C6.
Well, you're giving me the king of the hill, buddy?
No, I get my king to the hill first.
Okay, king C6.
King D4.
And then I've been waiting for this day, rook DF8.
Yeah, rook DF8, F3.
Okay, I mean, I think black's totally fine.
Yeah, fair enough. Good game. We could shake hands soon.
All right, let's think about this pawn structure.
It's not super far from the Carlsbad structure, right? It's e6,
What?
e5 away from the Carlsbad structure.
Okay, so like a mirror image of Carlsbad. That's a
Yep.
good point. I don't think E5's ever happening
But
though.
yeah, Shanklin's basically not playing e5.
So actually, if we were going to mirror image it, let me just think about this. It would be like a I don't know. I don't have any experience with this.
It's a pretty rare structure. But h4, h5 definitely makes sense.
In terms, it's at least a plan, and at the minimum, they say a bad plan is better than no plan.
Mm-hmm. Not always true, but I mean, here it makes sense, right?
That's not always true.
It improves the scope of the rook on h1. It
Yeah.
asks black about, do you want to have an isolated pawn at some point?
Mhm.
Um, it comes out in advance of any kind of minority attack Shanklin could start, because eventually Shanklin, after getting his bishop to g7, will put a rook on f8, and he could start thinking about g5, h5, g4 kind of moves.
Hmm.
So it's pretty reasonable to play h4.
Yeah. I think a claim that maybe Sam could make is that this pawn structure, mm, obviously it always depends where the pieces are, but that the pawn structure in itself is better just because you've got the kind of extra center pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little almost like a little bit like a hedgehog, but instead of the C pawn being gone, it's the F pawn being gone. And like the hedgehog, it's got some flexibility. Like you push H5, then I'm going to be looking to push past with G5,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. I guess if white plays Francois h4, then there's some chance that Patrick's h5 could get played by black.
I don't like it that much, but yeah, there's
Yeah.
a chance.
I don't love it either, but it becomes more possible. Mm. Yeah, not thrilling, but it has the idea of playing, bishop h6, e5, and a full Carlsbad structure.
The other kind of interesting claim in this position or hope for black would be some position where I put F8 and my rook is doing far more than your rook on D1, right? Like the rook on D1, maybe he's a chump. Like, especially since we're getting out of the way of, there's no hard to do any kind. Also, like a hedgehog, if you play, there's a variety of positions I've been looking at where white achieves E5 and black just pushes past D5 and says, what? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if white plays e5 and black plays d5, then you'll have a pawn structure, which we actually get in the French defense occasionally.
True, yeah.
An FEDE pawn structure, which I tend to like for black, especially without a bishop on c8.
Exactamundo, yeah.
So I don't see e5 being terribly good for white in this
Hmm.
position. And I think we should bring down our evaluation from the beginning, Jesse, because
Okay.
um,
We didn't even have it up there though, right?
sure we did.
Oh,
Oh, I
I
wasn't
don't.
showing it. Oops, but
Oh,
I
you weren't
was I
showing.
was keeping track of it. So you initially said that Shanklin's opening might have been a bit on the dubious side with a point 0.5 for white, but I
Right.
think b3 bishop b2 was not super impactful, and we can bring the evaluation bar down.
Yeah, I would put it at zeros.
Zeros, full zeros. Okay.
I don't think white's better. There's a lot in the position too that just I would enjoy being black more here.
Okay. All right. So then you share my pretty low opinion of the move b3.
Well, at the bare minimum, the follow-up didn't look good. hmm I do feel like I kind of understood what he was doing. I don't think he appreciated though. And I didn't necessarily either. That what I think that the thing that he didn't understand is like regardless of what I do, Sam's playing the setup with knight e7 c6. He's kind of looked at it a little bit. He feels comfortable with it. And once you start seeing the knight on c6 and castles long, I don't know if white like he Esipenko knew that that was coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty tough nut to crack.
Yeah. All right. We've got a tactic in this position that we hadn't noticed, Jesse, courtesy of
Okay.
Francois. Knight to a4.
Oh my gosh.
And if you play bishop g7, you lose the e6 pawn to knight
Ooh.
c5.
Ooh.
Or, I mean,
That was
you lose
spicy.
various stuff, right? Because,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So knight a4, I'm gonna play rook g8 and say your knight's terrible.
right.
But that's a good tactic. Very nice tactic.
Yeah. So after knight a4, obviously, rook g8, the knight's not very well placed, as Jesse says. So the knight's going to need to go back into the game through c5 or c3. If it goes to c5, queen f7 will be fine, and the knight will end up on d3, and black will finish the whole bishop g7 thing.
And but to be fair, it should be considered because your knight going to d3, like it's not happy on c3.
Right.
Okay, we got 9 minutes spent and now f4. I had a feeling h4 wasn't going to be played.
I liked h4 better than this. Um, I like knight a4 a little bit better than this, maybe even. I'm just not impressed by this move, period. To me, that's a pawn where black can consider attacking it, and white will end up putting another pawn on a dark square with g3. And I don't want to play e5 for white. I'm also allowing black to play e5 at some point and sort of trade and give me hanging pawns. I am just really not a fan of f4. Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking about it though. Let me defend his honor. You go ahead. I'm assuming you're going to play bishop g7, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know yet whether I'm going to play uh, f rook to f1 or g4, but I think I'm going to start with g4.
G4. Wow. Starting with a big move right off the bat. Let's go queen f7 maybe.
Okay. I'll continue h4.
Wow. He throws himself at me. Let's go h5.
g5, of course. I don't know
I,
about
I
h5.
had no idea what you were doing, so for me there was no of course. Um
Okay, I'll explain it. I'm just trying to gain some space over there.
okay.
And I'm saying I'm going to hold the f4 point,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to, like we were talking about the f file before, I'm going to say the pawn on f4 is the you shall not pass pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I should have played rook f1 earlier. I don't know. Um, but this is, and I'm not convinced about g4 on move 15, but I think white can dream about that kind of just expansion.
Yeah.
And then we leave the knight on c3 for a touch. We don't have to trade right away.
Yeah.
And we say, you know what? I got some kinetic energy with those pawns.
Okay.
And it's just an interesting situation.
Well, as they
I
say,
don't think it was a
Jesse, two
Yeah.
can dream about this position. I was also dreaming that you would put a bunch of pawns on dark squares and create some weaknesses. So
Well, that's what I was thinking.
you
Actually, I
can.
should have played Rook F1 at some point.
Okay.
So let's make our plans both more precise. So Bishop G7.
Yeah.
Mm, I'll go G4 again.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'll go Queen F7 again.
All right, I'll play Rook HF1.
Rook HF1.
I can dream about you if I can't hold you tonight.
All right. All right. Now my queen's opposite another rook.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling you're going to end up taking Queen F7 back.
Yeah, I think I want to put rook F8. I just didn't know which one. Let's go rook D to F8 instead of Queen F7.
Okay, makes sense. Oh, excuse me. All right, Rook HF1.
Rook HF1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, H5.
By the way, if I was black, I would consider like ideas like H6 with G5 at some point. Okay, H5.
But you'll just play F5 in response, right?
Probably. Okay, so your intention is you want to do some crazy E5 to me after this.
No, not necessarily.
All right, I'll push G5 and we'll just see where you're
Oh, you
going.
push G5, yeah. Then I'll probably play E5, yeah, sorry.
He tricked me. He tricked
I
me.
didn't mean to trick you. I apologize. I'll go rook F7.
No, you don't have to. You can play E5 if you want, buddy. I'm not gonna take that glory away from you.
No, no, I don't want to play E5 here. I
You
had
don't want
planned
to
rook
do that?
F7, indeed.
Okay.
Jake, I'm not playing bishop H6 because I feel like Jesse wants to go G4, G5 anyway. So I'm just putting my bishop on the long diagonal where there are some
A very
potential
natural
squares.
play from Black, just sit there and rook F8 me and say what?
Yeah. I might
Um,
have. I will eventually play E5, right? That's part of my dream. Well, Doc Savage, you're not alone because Jesse has also added it to his training plan. So I think your dojo approved on that one right now.
so a little surprising that Sam's actually it's interesting he's thinking because most of us would play Bishop G7 within a heartbeat here.
Well, I think F4 introduces some interesting factors, so he can certainly think about different things. He can think about H5 ideas and Bishop G7 or Bishop H6 and well, Patrick, the nice thing about the position is once white puts a pawn on F4, if you arrange things correctly, you can play E5 and trade that pawn rather than E5 and get your pawn stuck on E5.
Oh, Mr. Pruess, I have a different idea for white. Hold on. So F4, Bishop G7. Let's do the heretical E5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just assume we push past for a second.
Yep.
And now I play knight E4.
Okay.
Here I might have something because I got knight F6 in the cards. Yeah, I think that's his intention. So we were talking just on the abstract, allowing this for black isn't good. But if I get my knight to f6, then that's a hell of a drug.
So you're saying like queen e7, knight f6, just plunk it there.
Or plunk, yeah.
And Shanklin,
So
by the
it's
way,
like
did
a
not play bishop g7, Jesse.
it's like a Catalan bishop. All right, let's see what he did. Queen f7. So what does that do? It prevents e5. I
Mm-hmm.
guess it's not a full prevent, we should say.
It prevents your knight e4 detail. So against e5, he
Hmm.
has the option to push d5.
Good. I'm glad we found that. That helps. It helps explain both f4 and what the intention, well,
Yeah.
what the intention of f4 was.
Yeah. So queen f7. It also introduces the idea of maybe bishop h6 right here.
I don't know, but
But
yeah.
most white moves will probably deal with it, like any rook f1.
Right. So one of the things that's cool then about our earlier variation is white could get a version of that variation, which was, as we saw, the queen didn't really necessarily want to be on f7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I would expect one of the rooks to go to f1 here, Jesse.
But let's try to, okay, so I had just intuitively, I threw out the idea of g4. Maybe, um, another, it seems like maybe now white should think and ask, are there other interesting, cool ideas I could do? Oh, I got a question, Mr. Bruce. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
What about, hold on. Okay, it's a little concrete here. So if e5, d5, knight d5, I
What?
think you have to play rook takes d5, rook
Oh,
takes
man.
d5, pawn takes e6. And d4 does not save your soul because I just take on f7 and your rook is hanging.
Yeah. If you want to be really cheeky, after we trade queens, you could play rook e1 or something and say what?
Okay. So this is actually a concrete problem now if e5.
e5, d5, knight d5. You gotta be kidding me if there's nothing I can do about that. Jeez Louise. Oh my goodness. Okay. So e5, Jesse.
It looks difficult. I wonder if are we missing something?
Well, there's a couple moves. There's pawn takes pawn and there's bishop h6. I didn't really want to play either of those, but let me
Oh,
try.
okay, hold on. I got an idea.
Yeah.
So e5, d5. Let's play knight takes d5, pawn takes,
Mhm.
e6, and then the tray basic queen g8.
Okay.
Tray basic.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And I'm gonna guess actually Sam probably looked at I'm gonna get okay, yeah, first
Yeah.
guess is that this is the position Sam was spending time on when he played Queen f7.
Falsa, why do you think that Esipenko would have been better with knight a4? If black played like rook g8, knight c5, queen f7? Why would white have an edge? Isn't it just a pretty close to equal position like in the game?
So Bone Meal Theon also was thinking about the same idea as I was. I'm not sure about the eval in this position
Mm-hmm.
after Queen G8. That pawn on E6, I mean, there's reason to be afraid of that guy. So a very basic plan for white, for example, after Queen G8 could be the simplistic G4, Bishop G7, F5. And I don't know, I guess I'd rather be white. It's hard to say.
Wait, so you're sacking a piece instead of two pieces for a rook here?
Oh,
You're
excuse
not
me. Let me
taking on
take the rook.
h8?
Let me take the rook. I meant to take the rook. So Queen G8,
Okay.
Bishop takes, queen takes, and then something like g4.
Okay.
But I don't know. You have a dark square blockade and all that stuff going on.
Yeah. Well, we've got explosive action as well, possible. I mean, we could go bishop a3, c3, d4.
No, don't explode me, bro.
Okay.
Don't
Okay, we don't have to do that.
don't explode me. Okay, but I'm gonna go ahead. I just wanted to say, like, I was when I'm looking at this position with Queen G8, it's not like I can immediately say black is better or black is okay. But I think I'm coming around to it because the dark squares are really nicely controlled for black.
Yeah.
Okay, so Queen F7, maybe an exclam move. And it's interesting, me and Pruess were kind of going off on little weird positional excursions, and this is way more concrete with F4.
Yeah.
Talk about a move. It's definitely a move for move situation, right? Like, oh man.
Yeah. Personally, not a big fan of Estepenko's play today, period.
Dang.
I don't like b3. I don't like f4.
But if I got you to put your queen on F7, that's a mild achievement.
Yeah, mild.
Okay. I can dream about you.
It's not so bad. I haven't yet pushed my eval far in Sam's direction, but I have some hopes.
So you're also thinking it's zeros here.
Yeah.
I think Queen F7 is a real exclam, honestly, because you needed to get out of E5 and you needed to evaluate E5, D5. Knight takes D5. All right, Mr. Bruce, let's spar a little bit. I'll go ahead with my weird G4 plan because
Mm-hmm.
I'm a chump and I don't know what else to do.
Well, rook f1 would be quite logical as well.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so with this early g4, maybe we'll engage with h5.
G5.
G5. I Maybe I still owe you a tempo, huh?
Yeah, I don't think you want to play E5 yet.
But okay.
Now, I just want to say while you're thinking about it, my concern is like when you play the very simplistic, like Bishop G7, Rook F8, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do after that? And maybe someday you can play E5. Let's see what he does. Rook HF1. Let's call that the most simple move, keeping his options open.
Yeah.
And the claim is that just the rook being opposite the queen means that we're doing okay in life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, bishop g7 would be standard, and if Jesse's plan with g4 is an issue, black might consider h5 here, but I don't think that's needed. Yeah, bone meal. I don't know if white wants to trade off the bishops, but when that black bishop sits on g7 and the bishop on b2 is just sort of blocked by the knight on c3, I think eventually the knight will move and the bishops will trade.
Bishop G7,
All right.
natural enough move. Yeah.
Get the basic now from Shanklin fairly quickly.
And now we'll see too if White had a plan. Because you could imagine being like, okay, I don't know what to do. I've already spent 8 minutes, so I'm just gonna play Rook F1 and then I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and he spent 10 minutes on the previous move, f4, right? So you can only
Yeah.
spend 8 to 10 minutes per move, every single move, for so long, right? And suddenly you'll be in time trouble. So you got to have a plan at some point.
Yeah, we got a nice 15-minute time lead. And honestly, my experience, anytime you get a slightly novel structure, people are going to tank and we're going to end up in time pressure because people don't know exactly where the people belong.
Mm-hmm.
People don't know where the people belong.
Right.
Um,
Okay, because white has more space, that would be a reason to not want to trade bishops. But then there's this long open diagonal that's so valuable. I don't think either player can just say, "Oh, you can have the long diagonal. I'll move all my guys off of it."
We got to move.
Wow.
G3.
Okay, he plays a little more quickly. Yeah. Ugh. Horrible.
Okay, actually, I had thought about this earlier. And so again, I think my G4 was just trying, it was kind of like the ambitious version of this G3 move, honestly, which was I want to just make F4 into a strategic strong point, and I want to claim that you're just whacking it with your F file stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you
And I'm
could have
gonna,
just put it on F3.
no, I like F4. I want to control the E5 square and have a little space
Mm-hmm. And yada yada.
and yada yada. So yeah, I would still say it's nothing wrong with G3, but probably is maybe the kind of thing the computer might even like. I don't know. But the problem for white is, and also a little bit for black, is like, well, what do I do?
Yeah.
What am I doing? The queen definitely doesn't want to be on F7.
Right. I have this idea to put her on G7 eventually with Bishop F6.
Good, I think, yeah. And then there's gonna be a lot of tactical questions once that happens. Like, can white then achieve E5 in some interesting way?
Right. But for now, I'd be comfortable playing a rook to F8.
Yeah, rook HF8, right? That would be the defaulto. What I like too about rook HF8 is to be like, you're just saying what? Like, what do you want, white?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, G3 maybe is a nice building move, but building to what, buddy?
Right. I could also play the move A6 at some point here.
Actually, that's an interesting way to think about it too. Is we just say rook HF8, and we're gonna say, what is it that you like? Like when you think about white's position, in a way, it's already improved to the maximum.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times when we say we improved our pieces to the maximum, it means our position is amazing. But no, there's nothing special about, about White's position
Yeah.
here. I think a good building move for Black at some point is going to be A6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like Rook HF at first, but like if you're going to ask me like, well, what next? Then I have moves like Queen G8 or A6. Queen G8 to H8 is also a simple idea,
Mm-hmm.
giving him the reverse ready.
Yeah. How do you feel about black throwing in H5 at some point in this position? Like it may be completely unnecessary, but any
No, I don't like it.
that move gives you some heebies.
No, why? No, that's not it. Just think about a hedgehog structure. Would you ever be playing A5?
No.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so rook HF8, and then he
Rook
goes rook.
HE8 is played. Holy moly. Now we don't understand. Oh, he's saying, you want to put your rook against my queen? I can do that too, buddy. Interesting move. Okay. So, okay, it's kind of a cool idea. Okay, so I would have never crossed my mind. I think every chump GM out there would have played rook H F8.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think the claim is, all right, you've strong pointed F4. Now I don't care anymore about the F file.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Black's next move is going to be Queen G8.
I think there may be another meaning to it, Jesse. Let's say that Esipenko keeps drifting around. Because honestly, I mean,
Okay.
G3, Rook F1 now look like they didn't do very much, right?
Okay.
Let's say dude drifts for one more move. He plays
Okay.
Rook H E1. It's
Okay.
not even a drifting move, whatever. Can Sam play D5?
Hmm. Okay, that's a thought. Yeah.
Suddenly he
Good.
threatens D4 and he says, I've got an extra central pawn, right? As mentioned by Jesse some time ago. Says, I've got an extra central pawn. The problem with D5 is maybe leaving the E6 pawn behind. But he says, are you prepared for D4? Can I get you to play ED, which would be miserable for white, right? To make that ED trade.
Well, Esipenko believes him and plays Queen F3.
Okay.
And this last series of moves has definitely all gone Sam's way here. Rook HE8. Let's give it an exclam. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, the default move I think from black would be Queen G8, intending Queen H8. But maybe we have something nicer.
Well, he's also got the option to maybe repeat positions here with Knight D4, Queen E3, Knight C6.
And it looks too frisky to me, but E5 maybe you could think about. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think you could play E5 here as black.
I don't like it much, but yeah, you could think about it.
I think the reason you could consider it here is that if white plays F5, you can trade on F5. And if EF5, no, we still don't have D5. Yeah, if white's going to be able to, put the pieces on D5 and E4, that won't be that good. Those two center pawns.
Oh, David, you gave black a little zhuzh here?
Yeah, I gave black
An
seven
email?
hundredths of a pawn. Because I like this idea of playing D5. I feel like black's slightly in control here. Like black's the one who can play Knight D4, Queen E3, Knight C6, and you're the one saying, "Oh, I gotta prevent D5."
I think it's still basically equal.
It's basically equal. 700ths of a pawn is nothing to get excited about. I was just trying to indicate the fact that if you asked me if I wanted to sit down on white side or black side here, I would choose to sit on black side of the table.
Like let's say best play is Queen G8, just for a moment, right?
Okay.
And white then is like, okay, I don't care. I'll play Knight E2, and I'm playing a Tausch Machina.
Yeah. So as soon as you play Knight E2, I trade and play D5. It's no big deal, but Shanklin played a move that I like a little bit better than Queen G8. I would say it's even slightly more precise. It's A6.
Good. Yeah, we talked about A6 as a building move. Yeah.
And if we mention precision, we have to remember that yesterday these two players played at basically 99% precision.
Mm-hmm.
These guys played super well, and Sam's play this game also strikes me as exceptionally precise so far. So I like A6.
Clutch easily says a very simple thing. We've brought this up before. Is the hardest part for me is to understand is what both breaks are playing for. Yeah, and in some ways you could compare it to a Fisher random position because it's like the pawn structure is not one that these people and it's not just it's not a familiar pawn structure.
Yeah. Well, white doesn't have much in the way of pawn breaks here on Clutch. They have a small space advantage, and I think H4, H5 was maybe the closest thing white had to a pawn break because it kind of emphasizes a potential isolated pawn for black over in this area here, and maybe get another file for one of your rooks on the H file to play with. But to me, black has two plausible pawn breaks, E5 and D5, that in different situations, either one could end up being decent for black. And that's part of what I like about black is both of those moves have situations where they could be decent for black. So basically, if black's able to play E5 in a position where white doesn't have a good move, F5, then black can play EF4 and leave white with slightly weak pawns here in the middle of the board. So white has to always be ready to answer E5 with F5 pretty much, or some other really impactful trickery. And then the other idea for black is to play D5, gaining space in the center, because most any position, now D5 here hangs a pawn, but if you ignore that white can take it, most any position like this will be slightly favorable for black, where the central pawn on D5 will be having more influence than the pawn on F4. Okay, so I like a6. That gets rid of back rank mates, which will come up in any of these e5 and d5 fighting positions. And white's very low on useful moves to make. I might play h4, queen g4 kind of moves for white here. But then, I mean, queen g4, for example, immediately allows d5. So maybe I'd go h4, h5 here. But since he's played rook hf1, I don't necessarily feel like Esipenko's looking that direction right now. In theory, I think if he played h4 and black waited around with some kind of a waiting move, in a lot of situations, I think white could play h5 without even spending a move on rook h1. And if black takes, then you come here. But another thing black could do if white plays h4 is potentially they could play h5 themselves, emphasizing some control of those light squares and freezing white's structure. Jesse told me never to do this, but I don't always listen to him. Oh, he's not here. What am I doing? Let's see how Aragaisi and Wei Yi are doing. Exchange, Queen's Gambit, opposite colored bishops. That makes things more fun. And Wei Yi has just broken with c5. So he better be sure he can play d4 at some point, because this pawn's going to be very, very weak when he only has the dark squared bishop. But it's very hard for white to hold the blockading square when white doesn't have the dark squared bishop. So c5, he's looking to simplify, to force all these pawn trades through. Donchenko's in the must-win situation here, white against Noterbeck, and he goes for this bishop f6 endgame, which is considered very difficult for white to win. Yakubayev. Bring the knight to the famous d6 square. White expands with this pawn. Does black want to play h5? Well, apparently Donchenko's achieved a little bit of pressure, at least. Yakubayev used a bunch of time on the clock, so he's felt some kind of pressure. I've never drunk 2 cups of coffee at once, but I did once drink 1 cup of coffee, and I felt terrible afterwards. So I can imagine that 2 would be brutal. This bishop could potentially get low on squares if black allows h5, huh?
Oh, he's got a good tank going on after a6. He doesn't know what to do, buddy.
Yeah.
That was a perfect time for me to make another coffee, bro, when he's tanking on this position where he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, warning, Jesse. That's another coffee. You've already had one?
Wait, did you say a warning?
Warning. Are you about to drink 2 coffees?
Oh, bro, I inhale coffee, bud.
Doesn't it make you feel like terrible?
No, I love coffee.
Oh, okay.
Love coffee. If FIDE bans coffee, I might, that would be the one thing I'd be like, maybe I'll give up chess. Maybe then I could give it up.
Okay.
Yeah. No, coffee, I love coffee, man.
Okay. Somebody in chat said they tried drinking 2 coffees today and they feel bad.
Mm.
So, okay, just as long as you know what you're doing, or you think you know what you're doing.
My partner also, like, she just drinks a little bit. She's like, I'm jittery. I'm all jittery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so Sam's in a great spot here, 21 minutes. And this is, precisely the kind of thing where White's screwing it up because this is an intuitive decision and there's not much to calculate. So what he's doing is his mind is running around and around and around,
Mm-hmm.
trying to figure out like some kind of plan.
Yeah.
And his last couple moves, like you're just kind of putting yourself in a building situation. And as I said, he's already at the maximum. There's like, what else is there to do?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and then now he's like, I don't know what. And I'm drifting. I'm sitting there, and I really want to look at the vid feed, but I can't because they're going to tell me the eval.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Well, probably you'll see Esipenko like mildly flustered.
Man with head of dog asks, how should White meet H4?
Yeah, that's something we wondered about while you were gone. Was like maybe H4, H5 here for White. So if White plays H4, would you play H5 or something else,
Well, maybe.
or just not care?
Not sure I care. The other thing about H4 is like if you were going to do H4, you would have kept your rook on H1.
Agreed. I said that I would play H4, H5 here as White, but Andre, having played Rook HF1, doesn't seem into it. Yes, Cubix, Jospim's game was done in like 5 to 6 minutes, something like that. Kostya has not yet made an appearance on the World Cup streams, no. Other than in the background, he updated the bracket for us.
Yeah, bracket. I have to look at my. I mean, I don't even want to look at that bracket,
I think
dude.
you should look, Jesse, because I'm pretty certain that I've got more points than you. So I think if you
Oh.
looked, then that would bring certainty to a delightful situation.
Okay. David's list. So it looks like you are in fourth place.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of people within the dojo. I think I'm way down there, buddy. Oh
I
man.
figure there's, like 64 of us who did this, and if I'm number 4, the odds are that you're somewhere between 5 and 64, more likely than that you're between 1 and 3.
I'm one of the worst picks, dude. I'm
Yeah.
one of the worst picks.
Oh,
I
this guy
had
knows
Keimer,
nothing about
dude.
chess, guys.
I had Wesley So,
Wesley, so.
Arjun. I had Eric Geisy. He's the last one left,
Yeah.
of my final picks there.
Yeah.
So why are you doing well though? What did you pick that you
Well,
got
I've got
right?
very little left at this point, Jesse. Either I've got Aragaisi versus Wei Yi is one of the only things I have right.
Oh, okay.
And there's nothing else I can get right beyond this point. But um, I did have, yeah, that's kind of the end for me.
So, but basically everyone's kind of wrong. Even the very top dude
Mm-hmm.
has got only 141 out of 206.
141 out of 206.
Yeah. And perpetual chess.
Wait, I've got 141 out of 206.
You've got 140 over out of
No,
206.
I've got 141. I'm looking at it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's weird. Because it goes 141 and then the second guy has 142.
Okay.
So I don't know why 140. It's weird. It's not listed in rank. Hold on. So somehow the rank. Oh, okay, David. I don't understand. There's like picks. That's what I was thinking the score was, but actually the score is up top. So even though you have 141 out of 206, this other guy who has 141 out of 206 has a higher score. I don't know why.
Okay.
but yeah, it says he has 248, you have 243. I don't
On the
know what
points,
those
yeah.
points mean. And then I'll tell you my points because this will be really sad and depressing.
Yeah.
Eddie Johnson has 218,
Uh-huh.
and I'm so far below here. I got 214.
214.
Yeah.
Ah, it's not so far away. I was hoping you had like 100 or something.
Jack Stengline did even worse. He's got 197. He was claiming that Neiman was going to win.
Well, that came not true on the very first day.
Okay, we got to move. White completely switched plans
Yeah.
and went back to my instinct with G4.
Yeah.
And Sam said, you know what? I'm going to switch it up with Rook. That's my call to play Rook F8.
Yeah.
And he did it pretty fast. And that's kind of cool. So remember, like the point of G3 to my mind was to say, I am just going to hold the line on F4. But then, like a lot of times this happens in chess games, you're like, okay, I held the line, but now what do I do?
Uh-huh.
And dude decided, I don't know what's going on. I think I better do Krai's plan.
Yeah.
So Rook F8, and now I'm guessing maybe a move like Queen G2 or something.
Mm-hmm. Queen G2, Queen H3.
Now I just want to stress, to me, the position is like equal, interesting,
Yeah.
but the dojo does not allow me to do the time component. If I was allowed to do the time component, I would definitely be giving black an advantage here because this will turn into a calculation festival later. Mistakes are going to be made.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is a big deal. Who got G5? So my instinct coming to life here.
Mm-hmm. So he's done, in a sense, what he had to do, which was speed up a little bit, right? He had to stop spending 10 minutes on every move. But, boy.
So even though, Mr. Pruess, that I didn't get it, the move order, I think I'm a GM today because I think my version was better. My version
Oh, yeah.
saved White several tempi.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, only one tempo, really, G3, right? Other than that, G4, G5, Rook F1.
Well, one thing I guess we could say is F4 in itself, if you were just going to do my plan, wouldn't have been the worst. So Queen, because let's say Queen F7, imagine it was forced, maybe it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rook HF1, Bishop G7. And then yeah, move 16, he should have played G4 instead of
Right.
G3.
Yeah, and I thought Rook F1, the point of that move order was you defend F4 in advance, dealing with some of Black's ideas around Bishop H6 and Rook F8, and then you can play G4 freely without G3. So yeah, I mean, I agree that G3 is not that amazing, but notice that Sam's Rook H8, ends up going back to F8. So
Okay. We are now, as predicted, we're now going to have some concrete questions on the board.
yeah,
The first of them is, can Black play E5 now?
right. That's the big
Or should he
question. So
play?
first of all, D5 hangs the pawn, folks. So that move
Yeah.
seems not on the cards right now. So E5 is a big question. And the point is that this is one position where F5 might not work for white. After knight D4, there's a chance of losing the pawn. But E5 has a second thing that could potentially go wrong, which is maybe knight D5 and knight getting into F6.
Also, another crazy idea, Mr. Bruce. I don't know if I want to sell you on this,
Mm-hmm.
but an idea that's interesting is Bishop takes
Oh
C3
my God.
followed by D5.
Yeah. It's a good thing to point out. Um,
He can recapture either way. I don't know.
okay, so let's say I play Bishop F6.
So I have to take it back. In my board, I played Queen C3. Bishop F6 makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sorry, I see you took with the queen, huh?
No, that's fine. Your move's fine.
Yeah.
Um, my intention was Rook D7. I could think about DE though.
Yeah. All right, I guess I go rook h e1. Rook f e1. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time here. I just wanted to note that it's a possible thing that
Mm-hmm.
there we might be able to get a like if we got this position without the bishop on f6,
Mm-hmm.
then we could imagine it being kind of interesting for us.
Yeah, here it seems like that bishop takes away too many squares from your rooks and your queen and everybody.
Mhm.
I would guess that it's good for white.
Good. I agree. I just wanted to mention that. I thought, by the way, yesterday we had this very instructive thing that I was reflecting on where dude played knight f5, allowing bishop takes f5. I don't think he considered it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times people don't think about taking the knight with your
Right.
kind of good looking bishop. Hmm. Also, okay. Yeah, g5. The other thing of white playing g5, by the way, is black at various points could have played g5 himself.
Mm-hmm.
F8, g5. Yeah, so g5 is not just gaining space, but we're preventing black from playing g5. h6, frisky frisk.
Okay. So there's that isolated pawn on g6 now. A little mild
Now,
risk. I think, Jesse, another option similar to yours was bishop c3, bishop c3, e5, right? And you were thinking of mentioning it and decided
well, here though, I didn't
not to.
understand what we were doing after f5 though.
Right. Well, it's basically it's hectic. After f5, black would take,
Okay, let's just say pawn takes. I guess I
pawn
could be
takes,
playing.
and then d5.
Okay,
And
yeah, I don't believe in that.
each side gets their thing, and I'm with you. I don't believe in it
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna
for
just
black. Bad idea.
say that h6 wouldn't have crossed my mind, but let's just
Hmm.
try to imagine what the intention here is. So h6 might be one of Sam's gambling moves, by the way. What is black's intention after h4? On the surface of it, it seems like this is only helping white.
Hmm.
But maybe the intention is, hold on, maybe the intention is if h4, I go hg, hg, rook h8.
Hmm. And basically, you say that the f pawn is just a thing that white has to defend, and so you're going to stretch white between fighting for the h file and fighting to defend the f pawn. So
Dude,
for
that's okay. I just want to say that position after rook h8 to me looks like black is better.
right, so the point would be something like rook h1, rook d to f8,
Yeah,
and so
exactly.
you
Mundo.
threaten, in theory, to take on h1 followed by f4. So white can't just hold things with rook f1, and if they trade on f8 on h8, they can't play rook h1 because they'll drop the f pawn. So then you get them to sort of assume a position where they're defending. They're going rook f1. You're maybe putting your rook on h4 at some point. So that's kind of the concept there.
And if anytime you play knight e2, I think then that's my call to play e5.
Okay, knight e2 is always going to allow something. It's going to allow e5. It's going to allow d5. Like there will be some options.
All right, we got h4 played.
Oh, thank goodness, the guy is still in just a lame mode.
He's in a. I don't. But the cool thing about h6 exclam, it with gh bishop h6, I didn't. I thought we had too much pressure on f4.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna adjust my eval.
Well, maybe gh bishop h6 knight e2, right? Opening up the
Maybe,
guy
but
on
then
b2.
e5, like I always said, when knight e2, then I play
Yeah,
e5.
then I maybe have queen h3.
Mm. Bishop takes f4.
Oh shoot, I don't.
Disappointment.
I know you're dreaming. Okay, f5, e5, f5.
But then I can get your D5 move in, and you have two weak pawns.
Better version. You trade on F5,
And I don't even
EF5,
have to play
D5.
D5, by the way, but I just like right there we can kind of stop and say, okay, wait a second, what black is better?
Yeah, don't love it. Okay, so H6. It was not obvious how to deal with it.
H6 was a great move, man. That was, and it was I one of the things I've decided in my chess life is that you get an exclam if you play a move that was like a little anti-intuitive on first glance.
Uh-huh.
And H6 is definitely one of those moves
Yeah.
because I wasn't even on my radar. Because, right, you would say to yourself, oh, G6 and all kinds of other stuff. And why? Why am I doing it? Okay. So H4, I'm anticipating HG, Rook H8.
Yeah.
And we got a very nice time advantage. So SE, it looks like 40 minutes seems like a long time, but actually that's 2 minutes a move on average till move 40. So it's like,
Plus a 30-second increment. He's pretty healthy still.
healthy, but you can't, if we get to a situation where you need to calculate,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it's not so easy.
But remember that weird thing yesterday where they spent even way more time than this, and then it got incredibly hectic, and they played every move quickly somehow.
Vaguely, yeah. Yeah, black's just better. All right, bro. I'm gonna put it at negative zero point 0.3.
Okay.
And one way of thinking about it too is just like after HGHG, we have a weakness on F4 and to look at, and white really doesn't have a weakness to look at.
Uh-huh.
One thing, Mr. Pruess, I was thinking about is like that when we were looking at sometimes this chess.com accuracy score,
Yeah.
which I don't know, it gives me the heebies, but the thing yesterday and a couple games were saying like 99% for Sam.
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels like at that point it'd be like, oh, the guy's on it, like no one he couldn't have even lost that game. That's how good he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
But we know from our research with the like supercomputer that the supercomputer would just beat Sam bam. Even at probably even maybe a pawn or two odds the computer would win.
Yeah.
All right, we got HG on the board as expected.
Yeah.
We're guessing Rook H8.
Yeah. I'm being a little more cautious with my evaluation than Jesse, but I also favor black a tiny bit. We've tried that layout sometimes as well, Ed, by the way. Sometimes we use one board that's live and one board that's analysis. So,
Yeah, Kostya wouldn't let me do that anymore.
what do you mean?
Well, we had a couple streams where I was like, dude, where's my analysis board? He's like, nah, I don't want to do it. Nah, I don't want to do it. No, I'm like, Kostya, what are you doing, man? That's my analysis board.
Hmm.
But we've been pretty good with this.
Yeah.
Bruce is good and when I just shout out the moves and starts putting on the board. It's kind of weird to think on Rook H8. Like, I don't know.
Gab's asking how crazy is E5 right now? I think E5 is not that good here, Gabs. Possibly even for more than one reason, but um, oh,
I
does
think
it have F5 knight D4 still for black? E5 knight
I
D4?
think so. So we got to say, Gabs. I think I'm glad you brought it up because although oh my God, he played a move we weren't expecting at all. Bishop.
Whoa. Super funky.
Huh. Okay, so this move is surprising because it feels like White wanted to play 92 anyway.
Yeah. But how much did White want to play 92? He'd been hesitating about doing it. Let's say he plays 92, trade on B2, D5.
Interesting, yeah. Wow, Bishop D4. That's a tough move to. That's also a move that like you were banking on Rook H8. You had something planned on Rook H8,
Hmm.
and instead we're playing Bishop D4. Wow, that might be high chess here.
Yeah.
And now I think, okay, so Bishop D4, I think the claim is, first of all, that Rook H8 maybe, but the rooks, if we have David's plan of D5 eventually, by the way, D5 next, we don't even have to, like,
Oh, he
could
doesn't even
argue we're
need the
just,
knight to move away. He just manually blocked the rook on d1.
yeah, you go D5 next. So in this world, what we're saying is the rook on F8 is where he wants to be, and the rook on D8 is where he already wants to be.
Wow.
And when we achieve D5, we're going to gain the F5 square.
Uh huh.
Oh, this is a fancy move, dude.
Very fancy. Very fancy. But you're also right. If white allowed queen g7, I mean, that could get white kind of tied up.
Oh, yeah. So let's play 92
Okay.
and let's say snip snap.
Yep.
And then let's try your D5 plan.
Yeah. One other thing I want to say about bishop d4, kind of odd, but this is the first time Sam's crossing to white's side of the board. Just a little thing I noticed, you know? He's been in this kind of the curled up 92
Uh-huh.
probably played, right? No, bishop c1 played. Oh my
Bishop
god.
C1, dude.
Um, he's been in this kind of hedgehog, right? The coiled up, waiting energy. It's unusual to have this little space and be better, but I think black is a little bit better. And we get
Bishop
bishop
C1 is
c1.
clever, dude. Bishop C1 is a clever move. I have a feeling that could have been something we missed.
Okay. I mean I had seen it. It was mentioned in chat as a suggestion. Let's say black plays d5.
Good. I think that's the best
Why
for the first
do
question.
we care?
D5. I do think that is the big question.
So first things first, I'm threatening probably to take on c3 and then play d takes e4 and have an extra pawn.
Probably, though. On Bishop C3, I can play ED.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe, maybe.
Oh, this is fun, dude. This is fun. Because on 92, I could take on E4, but I could also just play Bishop G7 back and say, you can't play E5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still doing all my things. I might play Knight D4 now. Or, it's not Knight D4, but if the knight moves away, I'll have Knight D4.
Yeah.
Oh, this is beautiful, dude. This is good chess. This is good chess, buddy.
Not from
And
Esipenko.
Bishop D4.
Not from Esipenko. I do not like almost any of his moves today.
Well, he's drifted,
Yeah.
and Bishop and Sam has found a couple. Let's give him some exclams here. I thought Queen F7 was an exclam. I thought H6 was an exclam,
Mm-hmm.
and this Bishop D4 is definitely an exclam. Wow, dude.
Yeah.
It says it's. Oh, right. He hasn't played D5 yet. Oh yeah, and I'll tell you, buddy. We were talking about the 2 minutes a move thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's an example with Bishop C1. I don't know. I don't know because um, okay, let me just compare positions for a second here, David,
Yeah.
about this Bishop C1 move. So Bishop D4, Bishop C1, D5. That position to me looks better for black than the position after Bishop D4, Knight E2. And let's say
Yes.
bishop takes, queen takes D5.
I mean, so here's the thing. Esipenko's playing against my strategic concepts. Like, he's playing crimes against chess. Now, they're crimes that are costing him, 5/100th of a pawn at a time. But I mean, I have clearly stated from the beginning the long diagonal is so valuable that nobody can afford to avoid the bishop trade, right? I just don't believe you step away from that diagonal and get something good out of it.
Uh-huh.
So these are all little things. He can backtrack in a lot of cases, run some of these things back. Bring the bishop back to b2. But he just made little concessions all along. I didn't like advancing g4, g5, and weakening the f file. Um, I didn't like b3 to begin with, right? Setting up this whole thing where you've got the clunky bishop on b2 with few choices. I thought once he did it, he needed to move the knight sooner and just make the trade and improve the knight on c3. That wasn't great. So, I mean, it's just little by little, he's just doing all things I don't like.
Yeah. And I would want to stress, like, I think Bishop C1 is a product of the time pressure too. Like he needs to move, and then he's getting fancy with Bishop C1.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's give him the benefit of the doubt for a second. What would White do on D5? Does he have some idea? Because Sam's also thinking about it. Because D5 is a very nice positional move, and Sam is contemplating this thing. He might have some other move he's also looking at. Like, I don't know, but
Maybe you could take on d5 twice and play c3.
what do you mean C3?
Take on d5 twice. Sam's played d5. I don't believe this. I'm just calculation checking move d5, right? Because Sam was taking a few minutes to play it.
Yeah, Sam played five minutes of this. So it's a very committal pawn move. It feels natural to us. It feels genius, honestly.
Yeah. So
And
let's calculate this line quickly, Jesse. ED, knight d5.
yeah, I believe it. I mean, at the minimum, Black is going to have the better knight against the bishop.
Queen d5, rook d5, c3. That was kind of my question here. And yeah, Black could play something like rook f to f5. Pawn takes d4. Knight takes d4.
This is a better position.
Black's a little bit better, maybe not enough to win.
Okay. Maybe if this is actually maybe something White should consider bailing with.
Yeah, let me. But I almost don't believe it. Like I feel like I'm.
Wait. How about this, Mr. Pruess? How about this? Knight d5. I'll play rook takes d5.
Yeah, c3.
C3, and then how about rook takes g5?
So I lose if I take that rook. I've got nothing better to do than take the bishop.
But if you take the bishop, it's like the worst knight ever and the worst king.
And then you bring your rook back to d5, right? And everything's blockaded.
Or if I want to be really rude, I could play knight e7. But both of those positions look great for Black.
That looks very good for Black. That looks like refutation level. That's about as good a position as Black could get. I was also wondering here if maybe after c3 there's a full-on refutation with queen f5 as well. Kavutskiy. If the queen blocks, then you can play bishop c3 because the queen is pinned. She can't take the rook or anything, so that hangs a piece. Then I guess there's king b2, and then I was wondering about knight b4, trying to rage.
Okay, let's just say this is not what this knight takes d5 isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
But maybe that's true. Like one of the things Sam just wanted to make sure about.
Yeah, because d5 positionally, it's pretty obvious and clear he wants to do it. It ramps up the pressure. It's his overall plan for a while since he played rook e8. This was his most desirable move. Obviously, move by move, he's got different options and different mini plans he could play. But d5 was like clearly desirable. So if he spent 5 minutes double checking there, I think probably knight d5 is one of the moves he checked. So possible threats from Black in this position, maybe bishop takes c3, d takes e4, maybe queen g7, poking the knight on c3. And
all right, let me try to defend White's honor.
Yeah.
I mean, I think black is definitely worse, but I'm just going to try to defend.
Yeah.
Let me try queen G3.
Okay. And just to be clear, there's no honor in how white's played this game, Jesse. Right? I mean, it's been lame move after lame move, just a series of crimes. But
Okay.
okay, queen G3. Let's try queen G7 first. Just a little
So so my
curiosity.
thought on queen G7 is that on E5 I'm going to live through this position.
E5, and he's going to live.
I'm not claiming I'm better or nothing. I'm just claiming I'm going to live.
Okay. Ooh, that is a nasty Pozitsятsk. I'm going to go bishop c5. Not because I'm scared of hanging my bishop on d4, but I don't want to let your bishop on c1 go to a3 and even dream about anything.
I can dream about
Yeah,
you.
bishop c5 says you can't dream about nothing.
Okay, but this position,
Mm-hmm.
mm, how bad is it? Like here, I could play rook h1. Yeah, I'm not getting cracked immediately or anything.
Rook h1, rook h8.
Say queen g4.
Mm-hmm. Queen f7.
And I don't know if I can do it, but I'm gonna try rook h6.
Yeah, I thought you might. Okay, let's try Tradovich, rook h8.
Oh, rook h1. Now, see, this is the kind of position I'd be like, I'm not done here.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. I can hold that pawn, right? Queen g5 or something.
Queen g5. Knight e7. Or maybe d4 is even better. I don't know. Knight
Well,
e7.
d4, you're giving me knight e4.
No, it would
So
have been a different route for my knight to f5. Not my pawn, but my knight.
probably your famous bishop a3 now.
Bishop a3.
Okay, I think we don't have to move. Oh, he's tanking now, buddy. He's tanking.
Yeah. Okay, so I should go knight d4, not knight e7.
I guess. Okay, but we don't want to go too deep. Let's just say that an intention of queen g3 is to say, look, things have gone bad,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to ask white if he wants to allow me to play e5 to kind of at least close it up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I think e5 would be another bad move, but it would be keeping with Esipenko's style today.
Jesus Christ. Oh man. Well, okay. What else do you got for the guy? Because I can't play e5 now. I think taking on d5 is a mis. Well, it's very controversial because I'll get the f5 square and get rid of the e6 pawn and all that stuff.
I mean, what I would like to do is retract more or less every move he's played so far. So I'll start with
Okay,
bishop.
sometimes you can't retract.
So,
There's no takebacks, buddy.
so I'll start
This is
with
the World
bishop
Cup.
b2.
There's no
I'll
take.
retract the most recent bad move and play bishop b2.
All right, bishop b2, fine. But okay, I don't understand. Queen g7.
Queen g7, rough, very rough. Um, ay ay ay.
I can dream about you
Hmm.
if I can hold you tonight.
Okay. Ay ay ay.
Well, that's why I wanted to play Queen G3, so I don't have to deal with this Queen G7 garbage,
Hang
bro.
on, hang on. Hold your horses. I know. Uh, okay, queen. Uh, uh, God, I love how horrible it is to try and play moves for white now, Jesse.
Okay, wait. Let's just try to find a different move besides bishop b2. If you don't like queen g3, we can look for just a different.
No, I'm
This is
not
what.
against queen g3. I just think your e5 wasn't it. Queen g3 is fine.
Well, queen g3, queen g7. You better play e5, or else you're gonna get hooked.
What if I go knight e2 then?
Okay, let's take a look.
Oh,
Queen g3, queen g7, knight e2. First question is, why can't I play pawn takes pawn?
yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, I guess I take your bishop.
Um, this might be kind of annoying. Yeah, okay. Maybe you could do this. Oh, all right, let me see if I can improve this here. Wait, okay, wait a second. Before we get fancy. Okay, I want to see if I can do better. So 92.
Okay, so we're at knight e2. Yes, knight e2.
Hmm.
What happens if he plays knight e2 in the live position without queen g3?
Fair question. I'm sure he's looking at that right now. My thought was then we'll just go back to G7 and we have all the advantages of the position.
Mm-hmm.
So
So it's queen
actually, maybe,
g7 that sort of cuts that off then.
right. Okay, we got to move. Knight E2 played.
Yeah.
Right. So the basic move for black would be bishop G7. Maybe he's got something more clever than that. And one of the things that's, kind of tricky, maybe even for black, is white's drifted enough that you're going to start getting real ambitious. You're thinking, oh, maybe I'm in the World Cup. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
going to that tournament.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not that bad yet for white. That's the question. Like, how bad is it?
Yeah. It's not that bad yet, by the way.
Okay, let's put it on bishop G7 because that was. Do you see
Yeah.
it? I don't know. I don't have another
No,
move
that's
besides.
that's that's basic. That's
Okay.
basic.
And first of all, the basic reason for saying we're saying basic a lot, why black is better is because both of my minors are better.
Mm-hmm.
And I am looking at your F4 pawn.
We have to mention, Jesse, that chat has mentioned bishop h8 with with
Bishop H8, it's not a dumb move.
with this
But the
intention.
problem is, but there, like you don't want to. Then all he needs to do is move the queen, and then you can't really do the famous Queen G7 because of E. Actually, one funny thing is if Queen G7 E5, if you could make knight E5 work, that'd be amazing.
Right.
Unfortunately, Bishop B2 in most positions, it doesn't work with the Queen on G4, but
Yeah, I was thinking the queen on g4 keeps the knight defended. We could play c3 there.
yeah, that's probably fine for black, white too.
Yeah.
Okay, so Will, that was a 10-minute think on 92, by the way.
Mm-hmm. So, folks, the bishop on h8's a little bit bad in this bishop h8 e5 position Jesse mentioned. So e5 is kind of like an unpleasant move for white to concede, giving the f5 square,
Wait,
hurting the bishop on c1. But
let me do Bishop H. Let me try Bishop H8, Mr.
you
Bruce.
do want to try it, okay?
He plays Bishop G7, but
Yeah.
let me just try it. So, what was the problem really though?
I don't know. I played queen g4 for white in response.
Because what if Black got really basic on Queen G4 and just played DE?
Yeah, what had I planned here? Now, folks, Jesse will play Queen G7 next move for you, so you'll get everything you wanted. Or he'll just play Queen F5. Yeah, I just hung that pawn. I apologize. All right, Queen G2 it is. Queen G2 it is.
Okay. Queen G2. Let's just still say I play DE like a chump.
Queen E4.
Queen G7.
Oh, wow. Jesse giving the fans what they wanted.
I don't know. Maybe after C3, it's not so impressive. We did. So the problem is that the queen on E4 is very centralized.
Ooh, yeah. That's.
You know what this reminds me of? This Bishop H8 G7. It's like when you're playing foosball and you score with the goalie.
Yeah. Bishop H8 is scoring with the goal. uh,
All right, so we got Bishop G7 on the board. We got Bishop G7. I stand.
yeah.
It's a problem for. Okay, how about this, Mr. Pruess?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do? I'm like Bishop. Well, okay, so we got a moves played.
Yeah.
G7, Rook H1.
Yeah, Rook H1.
Okay, now remember, I want to just recall words of genius that I said earlier, which was that we are going to get a tactical, calculation-based situation, and that's when the time is actually going to be super important. Whereas other times when you were just futzing about playing moves like G3,
Yeah.
it wasn't as important as now.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, this is where Sam needs an idea.
Yeah. So some basics, folks. Against Rook H8, white can trade, and then the D5 pawn would be lost if we recapture with the D8 rook. So we're under some tension on D5, and then our desire to contest the H file at the same time.
And we don't, if we play DE, we want something very special for it because the queen on E4 is very strong.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we just play DE Queen F5, you know? It's just modest.
But then the rook is going to come to H7, and it's like, did we really want that?
No, I suppose we didn't. So maybe a basic move is Queen G8. Completely giving up the H file, but saying we're just going to play in the center.
It's also got to be said that, like, I don't think Rook H7 is actually a threat. It's just dealing with black, you know, doing things like DE Queen F5.
Yeah.
I think this is a challenging move for Sam. Like, we need a good move here.
And if Sam does nothing, the next move for white is perhaps bishop to A3.
Okay. Now, one reason, maybe this is where Pruess is too, that I believe in the black position is we have such great control over the blockade square D4. And that means that the knight on E2 is also just a chump. Both of the pieces are really kind of chumps. And so, like, bishop A3, that's kind of nice, but it's not touching the key square. Bishop B2 is the only move where I feel like he's touching the key square.
Yeah, Foos, obviously you know more than we do about it, but I thought Jesse's simile or comparison kind of makes sense because in general, bishop H8 is also considered too risky and rarely used in chess.
Yeah, sometimes in foosball, at least when you're playing just for fun, you get the more points. More points if you score with the goalie.
So the chess equivalent would be I get 2 points instead of one if I can beat you with my bishop on h8.
Well, it's also just so satisfying when the ball rolls from one side all the way to the other, and just that sound it makes, that cracking sound as it slides and then whacks the guy's back, little metal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it would be like too when you play Queen G7, Queen A1 mate.
Yeah. It's a long move.
Uh,
I haven't thought of any good moves for Shanky yet, right here.
no, I'm struggling too. I've been pondering Rook D7, but it's not convincing to me. And I know Sam's thinking concretely here. So, like, he's saying to himself, oh, I should have something.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I get it. He's going to recapture with the bishop.
Oh, Rook H8 and then Rook takes, Bishop takes. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he does play Rook H8. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, he's still playing foosball over here.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant position for white, like just in terms of like, well, what do I do?
Foos chess. Is there a world champion of foosball? I assume so. And do you have to be kind of crazy to be the world champion?
Wait a second, foos chess. Is your thing from foosball?
Yeah.
Is that really
Foos
where
chess
his
is a
thing is?
foosball player. Yes.
Oh, damn, dude. Oh, I'm wondering about that. Sam's playing 3D foosball. I'm afraid foosball is 3D, and this game, our game, is not 3D, but okay. Okay. So, and I want to know, foos chess, about foosball. Is it like, are there ratings? Do you get ratings in foosball? How does that work? Mm, 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 mm,
I can dream about you. This position still looks pretty tasty.
Speaking of, like, let's call them odd sports. I haven't seen it yet. I think we have a move. Rook takes, Bishop takes. Oh, you're a GM today, bro.
No, no,
Look at that. He's
Sam is.
playing for the foosball extra points, dude.
Sam's a GM. He's the one who thought of this.
Yeah. Um,
Now, in this
so
position, black's threatening DE4, and the rook on D1 is loose. I guess white would have rook D8
no,
check.
no, he's
No
not.
threat.
Yeah, he's not.
No
No
threat
threat.
there.
But if you play Rook H1, that'll be my call to play DE4. So yeah, let's talk about it. The rook can't meaningfully leave the D file. The knight can't leave the D4 square, I don't think either, because then I have knight D4 to B5. Yeah, so this is a very pleasant position for black. I'm going to still stay by point 0.3. I can imagine going to point 0.4,
Yeah, it
but
might be a little bit worse than we're thinking so far, but we gotta see it first.
all right. He assumed the position now. Bishop B2 makes a lot of sense.
There you go.
That's a challenging move. It's very simple. Good defense. I wanted to say, Mr. Pruess, we've been trying to get GM Conti on to talk about his crushing victory in the chess boxing event.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw it, dude. They did a whole 60-minute special on him. 60 minutes, bro. He made the big time.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, though.
I did hear that there was chess boxing on 60 Minutes. I haven't seen it either.
So let's just
As you
say,
might guess, I've never watched 60 Minutes.
even way back in the day, I guess you were too young for, like, I would say like late 80s, early 90s, 60 minutes was kind of a thing.
Yeah, I never had a television, basically.
Um, This is a big moment for Sam, dude, because this is like we're definitely better, but our advantage could really peter out real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to the mill pate.
So an issue here is there's this tension on the D file, and then there's the open H file, right? So it's hard to balance the fight for the D file and the fight for the H file. Kind of tricky. It's not so special for black yet, Skibix. As far as we can tell, it's just mildly more pleasant for black. I think bishop b2, trying to trade the bishop on the long diagonal, was a good decision.
I think Skebix has a very important point, though, is that like black needs something special now, or else we're just gonna drift to equality.
Uh-huh.
And primary bummerino for me is that we can't get DE4 off in any cool way because our knight would be such a jerk face landing on D8.
Yeah.
So white might have achieved equality. We're about to find out. Bishop B2 played.
Yeah.
King B2, of course, instant. Now, does black have an idea?
All right. How about this idea, Jesse? I go queen g7 check.
I knew you were going to do that. Okay, so queen G7 check. First of all, there's queen C3 and all kinds of stuff. But let me just ask you, if I just go king B1, what do you want to do to me?
I'm gonna go queen f8.
Oh my God, you're getting real fancy. That's now you're reaching.
Of
Now
course, I'm
you're
reaching. The
reaching.
position's close to equal, and I'm looking for some fancy geometry to, keep the game going.
And on pawn takes D5.
I go queen a3.
Uh-huh. Okay, we got some moves. Queen E7.
Queen e7.
So let's just say clever because now you can't take twice on D5 because your knight is hanging.
Sam's keeping up the pace, man. He's not getting all hung up on, oh, I might have a point two or a point three. I better rack my mind to try and find it. He's just playing moves.
Okay, but we do need to say white is very close to equality
Very
here.
close, but Sam came up with a reasonable idea here. I think it's better with queen check thrown in and king b1 at first blush, but Sam's
But
probably right.
honestly, David, on Queen G7, I'm pretty sure Queen C3 was just totally fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Queen c3, d4.
And then let's say Queen D2,
Queen where?
D2,
d2. d3, checkerino.
Queen C3.
Queen c3, pawn takes knight.
Uh-oh, pawn takes knight. But
There was nothing fine about
even
this, dog.
even Knight C3, boss. Even Knight C3. I'm just trying to say okay, let me just say in general, what I'm suspicious of is every time you play D4, it's a bad positional situation because you're leaving my pawn on E4.
Dog, I hate to break it to you, but you're just hanging tactics here when you let me play d4, d3, I think.
Maybe. Maybe. Sam's with me though, but Sam's with me.
Fine. Okay. Queen e7. So I think he's got the idea, Jesse, here that he could do a mild little improvemento of the position at some point with queen c5. I think that's kind of what he's got in mind, how to improve the position. He's just sort of gently guiding some forces towards The queen side. Oh, we have got a move from Esipenko already.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
S
e3.
Essie Penko believes him and plays queen e3.
Yeah.
Simple and strong, and now we're threatening ED.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sam might not have nada.
Wait, is he really threatening ED? Black could just play ED in response.
Okay. But I mean, all right, maybe we're not actually threatening.
So he stopped the queen c5 move. Um, Other moves for Shankland here would be queen b4 and rook h8. Thoughts on any of those moves?
Rook h8, I don't know. Queen b4 was the first thing that came to my mind.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll look at that first. Queen b4. All right, a3.
Yeah, a3. I think a3 is a good move. So I didn't understand. I don't believe in queen e4 being anything.
Right. I mean, we can also just calculate it all the way out, right? Rook d8, knight d8, king c3, threatening king d4.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much forcing knight c6, I would say. Then knight g3 and nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
So let's try rook h8.
Let me just say, rook h8 feels like we're being. It feels superficial because
Mm-hmm.
the rook had a purpose on d8.
Agreed. Nevertheless, we just have to try some moves till we figure out something.
All right, I'll play knight d4.
You play what?
Knight d4.
Knight d4. Okay. So you're saying no drama. Queen g7, c3. It's set.
No, I was going to play queen c3.
Okay.
Because I like my life simple. And that's a position we call no problemito in casito.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I find myself agreeing with you. Looks equal. Looks very equal. Okay, queen e3. Queen e3.
How about DE, Mr. Pruess?
Okay. You'd go rook d8, right?
All right, queen d8.
Queen e4.
Queen e4 makes a lot of sense. And I'm just going to do this. I don't necessarily believe in it, but queen h8.
Okay.
I don't know, Mr. Bruce. I don't know, buddy.
Knight c3.
You got just a variety of reasonable moves. So once the queen, okay, let's just say the basic principle that's been going on forever in White's defense for the defense of White is whenever you play DE and I get the queen to E4, the queen is so powerful that I'm not really doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Queen e3. Black to play.
This could go wrong for Sam too. Like this was the kind of weird position that Esipenko won against Keimer.
Oh yeah.
Like he had no business winning that thing, and then all of a sudden the milk went bad. Oh, we got to move Queen F8. Oh, that's a stretch. Okay, but let's just talk about it. He keeps contact. Maybe it's a good move.
I would think
That's a
knight d4 would again be a fairly equalizing move.
Yeah, and you might even like White a touch better after knight d4.
Yeah. Should we? decrease the eval?
Yeah, it's at zeros, bud. It's an interesting question we should ask before we turn the computer on. Let's say this liquidates a draw. Before we turn the computer on, let's go back and try to find where he lost the zhuzh. Because I liked his play, dude. Bishop d4, d5.
Mm-hmm.
That looked great. But then after knight e2, bishop g7, rook h1, it petered.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, it's intense being in this kind of a battle, huh? These guys trying to take each other out, evaluating the risks, looking for a weakness in the opponent, trying to get to the candidates.
Now, if somehow the game just simply keeps going, then we gotta still like Black's chances if this game somehow goes. But I'm looking at knight d4 and I don't see nothing.
Yeah.
All right, we got to move. Rook d2.
Hmm. So Andre also wants to linger on this game a little bit.
Let it linger. Um, yeah. Also, rook d2 is just saying, well, what, Black, you showed me nothing last move. Queen f8 didn't really improve your position.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you want?
Yeah.
Okay, but here's a basic question, David. Does Sam isn't Queen h8 a little bit cooler now because now I have access to the H file? Wait a second.
Okay, so let's say Queen H8.
Oh, might. Okay. Maybe knight d4 is the intention
Mm-hmm.
still?
Yeah, I think that's what I would still play.
All right, timeout. So there's no threat yet, but I can't move my queen anywhere cool. Rook f8. I don't know. That looks mildly unpleasant for black. For white, I mean. Maybe c3.
Okay, C3, yeah. Do you give
Let's
us the
assume
trade?
I now take, yeah. I guess you got to take with the. You might be able to take with the queen, honestly.
Won't I drop my pawn?
Yeah, but your king is so far away. I'm not sure you're. It's a big thing.
No.
Anyways, rook takes would be the natural move. Let's
Yeah,
just
let
say
me let
that.
me play rook takes. But then there's
But
Queen H2 to F4.
but then I have queen h2. Yeah, exactamundo.
Okay, so I
Even
don't
that
like
too.
C3. No
Maybe
C3.
maybe. Honestly, queen h2. I'm not sure it's anything. Rook d2, queen f4, queen takes, rook takes ed. Looks equal. All right, we got to move. Queen h8 check. I'm a GM today.
Yeah.
I didn't like rook d2. I thought rook d2 was no bueno. Knight d4 looked very clean.
Mm-hmm.
And queen h8, we're just giving, like, maybe it is still equal, but why would you give black this chance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nobody knows. C3
We got to
played.
move c3. Okay. So he's saying, I don't care. Now, I think El Defaulto would be Queen H1, but we're going to look for other things.
Yeah, there's also DE4 to look at. But I guess white can block on C2 with the queen if they trade
Mm,
rooks.
Yeah, though I could claim there with Queen D2, I would have a momentito. Queen E3, excuse me, Queen C2, Queen E3.
Mm-hmm.
Then I may be a little bit better.
Yeah. A little risky with the G pawn as it is, but
Because the next move I'll play E5 probably,
mm-hmm.
like Knight C1, E5.
Knight C1, E5. That's a cool move. E5, yeah.
It's still not even close to over, but
Yeah.
F5, for example, from white, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I
No,
don't think
F5,
white's.
no, we're a little better. We got the centralized queen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so DE looks like a good, like if you're black here, you're like, all right, if I don't find anything else, I got LDE4, which he does. I think white has given black a little bit of judge. So I'm back up to like point 0.2, David.
Okay.
A little bit of judge has been called. Now, white can do a variety of things. We got maybe knight G3.
Knight G3. Ooh, Knight G3, maybe Queen H3.
Maybe something fancy. And also like this E5 break too is coming in a lot of these positions. Yeah, okay. White's mushed himself a little bit. He's still down. He's still at basically 2 minutes a move.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, this one's a big one too. I would, if I was white, I would really want to take a moment here.
Okay, let's say white played nothing. What would black's next move be?
Rook takes, Queen H1 looks good, or Queen H, yeah,
Mm-hmm. Okay,
something
so
like that.
trade the rook and then bring the queen. So maybe
Or also
king.
Queen H3 might be a good one
So
too.
maybe king C2 should be played. No, he trades the rook. Maybe after queen D8, then king C2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thought. Okay.
White cannot really be worse there.
No. Well, don't I have Queen D8, King C2, E5 again?
Okay, so king C2, you play what? Queen D5?
Even though I played E5.
Without. Okay, queen E4.
That's nothing, huh? Okay, you're right.
EF. I don't know.
Okay, let's talk basics. The problem is, and this is the reason he's thinking about it, is that my knight is 4, but it would be even worse on knight D8. So Sam thinks for a minute and plays queen D8.
Yeah.
I like your king C2, and our basic issue is our knight on C6 is a chumperino.
Yeah, I mean, I could see.
All right, let me try queen D5, David.
Right, queen D5, knight G3.
And now let's just pause for a second because
Yeah.
in addition to E5, I can throw in queen A5 if I think that's cool.
Yep.
All right, let's play E5.
Yeah, seems good to me. FE5.
Let's try queen E5.
Knight E4.
Yeah.
I offer a cessation of hostilities.
97. My claim, I don't know. My hope, anyways, I don't know if it's a claim. My hope would be that black is like point 0.2.
Uh-huh.
Just a little bit of, a little tiny bit of pressure.
Yeah. It's a great hope.
I
It's a
think
great
after,
hope.
say, after queen d4, which is a lame move,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, I mean, I'm just, I guess, have a symbolic advantage.
Symbolic, right? Yeah. But I won't even give you that. I'll play king d3.
Hmm.
King c2 played, by the way. Live position, folks, is queen d8, king c2.
These two people are hard to beat. Do we have an, okay, so we had queen d5, we had e5. I don't know if there's any other judges. And any kind of queen a3, he just plays knight c1, so that ain't it. Okay, let me try queen. Okay, wait a second. What are you doing though, Kraai? What are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, this one's going to be a draw, Jesse.
Jeez, you give up hope quick.
I know. I don't see anything more.
Hmm.
I wish I could just buckle down and play defense like these guys, Jesse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll tell you what, let's presume you're right, but let's go back and try to imagine we both felt that bishop d4, bishop c1, d5, we both felt black was better there. So let's see if we can find a better way, like try to, like we'll look at the engine later, but we'll see if we can find it for ourselves. And maybe there isn't anything, but just to find where, if anything, we could have improved our pozycjatsk.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a fully different concept on move 23. Let's try bishop c5.
Okay. What's the concept?
To push d4.
No, 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 I'm not interested.
And my bishop will
It's
be
just,
better here than on h8 in that
no,
position.
it's just not what you want, but D4 isn't it? You can't leave that pawn on E4. He's too much center of control. Yeah.
Well, okay. Got more moves in the live position. King
I'm
c2,
gonna claim
e5.
I'm gonna claim Bishop D4 was a really cool looking move, and maybe Bishop C1 that you hated so much was actually a strong move. And instead of Bishop D4, the natural Rook H8, which was like the chump GM's first instinct,
Mm-hmm.
that could have been the real way to get a little bit of
I mean, you
judge.
can also do that after bishop d4, bishop c1, right?
Yeah, though we were ball obsessed. Everybody was like, D5, what a cool move.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with D5 in hindsight has proven that white just leaves it sitting there. And whenever we take, he's got queen E4, and it's no bueno.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it looks interesting to me too, Patrick, but Jesse won't even spar with us. He won't deign
No, no, that's not it.
to countenance.
That's not it. Okay, so EF4. And we're saying queen f4. That's what you could do. Even Pruess, dude. Even Pruess is willing to do cessation of hostilities there.
Yeah. I mean, if I were playing, I would play a few more moves, but as a
You go,
spectator, I'm ready to.
yeah, like queen f4. We could play queen d5 maybe.
Queen g5 played. I think he's going to capture on g6 by knight.
Yeah, there we go. Queen g5. We're assuming knight takes g6. And they really could. Even Pruess might stop here. Even Pruess might stop.
This is a reasonable stopping point. Yeah. All right. Set the sensei bar to 0. And should we check on Arjun Erigaisi?
Okay, yeah. Also,
Donchenko?
we got to say if he could go out today, he could go out today, and then that's it.
Yeah.
So Wei Yi has less time.
Shanklin kept playing. He played Queen G1. He didn't offer a draw. Go Shanklin.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever.
You wanted to keep finding something a moment ago. Okay, so this game here, we had the C5 break from Wei Yi, very consequent at move 18. Tradovic. Black's really got to get in this move D4. Instead, he wins a pawn. Holy smokes. Does he have little time here, Wei Yi?
I think White's better too, right?
He's got 10 minutes to make 16 moves.
Well, he needs to find him something here because it looks like he's just significantly worse.
What's so bad about his position? The bishop's better than his knight?
Well, it looks maybe a rook. I don't know. The bishop is, yeah, it's a beast. And it's going to be hard for you not to give me the C file.
Yeah, I've got to give you the C file here.
Well, you could play rook e8 and what he's thinking about it, but then bishop d5 and my knight on b3 is holding the coconut on c1, so I don't have any griefs.
Yeah, if you take on c1, white can even just take with the rook rather than calculating the queen capture, because that rook on c8 just shouldn't have gone there.
So yeah, he's in the dirt right here. Looks like Arju's gonna advance.
What? You're calling this?
It's very unpleasant.
Why not just play rook c1, queen d6 or something?
Okay, well, like queen d5 looks like a winning position.
What? Queen takes? Bishop takes? Okay, that's what you want. B5? There we go. I just keep making moves. No, wait, I'm hanging stuff.
I got bishop c6 there.
One second. Okay. I'm just going to assume the position, dog. Rook b8. Woo! That's what I like.
I don't know how much you're going to like it. Like I play bishop takes knight and rook 7 and
pawn takes.
Adieu, monsieur.
Rook comes in. We welcome him, a worthy adversary.
No. No, buddy. No, that ain't it. Hold on. On bishop d5, I think you should play b6.
Bishop takes d5, b6. Okay. Trade on e6.
Yeah, it looks very unpleasant, yeah.
Rook c7. This was the first thing I considered. I do go down a pawn.
I think also on knight c5, Mr. Pruess, I think I just play knight d4. I don't take it.
For sure. Don't let them start talking about all rook endgames are drawn. Put that knight on that beautiful d4 square.
Yeah, no, this is what I mean. I think this position's nasty.
That is pretty
and
nasty.
he's way less than a minute to move. All right, rook c1 played.
Rook c1 played.
Rook C1.
Okay. So, okay, the position's bad for black, but this kind of player never loses a position like this. It's not that
What do
bad.
you mean? What do you mean? He's
They
got a nasty position. He's got about 30 seconds to move.
they never lose. That's what I mean. All right, let's go knight d7 to c5 here for black. Let's try something
I think
else.
you're going to need something fancy like
I'm
that.
doing
Yeah.
something fancy. Don't worry about me.
DC5. All right. I don't know. Bishop D5.
Bishop d5. All right. Knight takes b3. Oh, my rook!
Oh, my rook is right. Though
Oh,
it's got to be said, the position with Bishop B3 is also super nasty. But yes, your rook.
all right, all right, all right, all right. I will play queen b6.
Yeah.
La di da di da.
El defaulto is going to be knight C5, knight C5, queen D4.
Yeah, hits me with the defaulto. Oof.
Defaulto. That's just a nasty, nasty, nasty girls.
Okay. Oh god, wait, you just flag in here? Oh no.
If finally maybe Arjun could win some rating points because he hasn't won anything. All right. Here's his big attempt that he thought forever on Queen A6.
Queen a6.
Pruess says these people don't lose.
I mean, have you ever seen Wei Yi lose a chess game?
All right, so both Bishop D5 and Queen D5 recommend themselves.
I tell you what, he has played 18 games so far this tournament. He's not lost any of them.
Oh.
Okay, what do you want to do here?
I'm debating between Queen D5 and Bishop D5.
Still debating, yeah. They both look nice. Oof.
On Queen D5, maybe some kind of knight F6 and then Queen B7, Queen A2, and I try to live through that.
Mm-hmm. That looks beautiful for black. You might want to keep that A pawn in your pocket, so bishop d5.
Okay, we'll do Bishop B5.
Although, queen d5, knight f6, you said?
Well, I don't know, just as an example.
Because there, white might have queen a5. That might be good enough.
Hmm. Good move. Okay, yeah. So yeah, both and Bishop D5 look, I mean, it's a beautiful choice. Beautiful choice. Queen D5 and Bishop D5 both look amazing. Oh yeah, I mean both are just such nice positions for white.
That is definitely well within the range of nasty. But it's not lost yet. I didn't lose a full pawn. So I think we're being told that Esipenko and Shanklin have agreed to a draw. Queen g1,
Mm-hmm.
knight e7. Looking for that trade. Some checks come in. We'll adjust the scores here. That match will go to tie breaks tomorrow.
Dude, so like, I mean, it's just absurd.
It's
Dude.
absurd.
It's absurd.
Like nobody's won a classical game in like 4 rounds in Shanklin's tournament, right?
Yeah, Shanklin's going to the top of this. He's almost at the cusp of all chess, and his rating isn't even going up.
Yeah. Well, no, Shanklin got 10 points from this tournament.
Yeah, but think about the last 4 matches or something.
Mm-hmm.
He's all been tie breaks.
Yep.
It, Rapport,
Yeah.
Duboff, and now this one. So he doesn't get any rating points basically for those 4 matches.
Right. But I mean, yeah, the higher rated players it could be even worse, you know? Like the higher rated players could literally lose rating points while winning this tournament. It's possible,
Yeah.
theoretically.
Right. So Jose did his big draw. Looks like Arjun's gonna win. And Donchenko, I don't care too much about this game, honestly. But
You don't care. Okay.
I don't care too much about this one. But it looks like Nordbeck Jr. has got a pretty good drawing chances here.
Trades one rook. Toodles around with the bad bishop that has gotten very active for black.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn structure is still nasty. I mean, you have to defend forever as black here, I think.
But this was this famous variation.
I know it. Yeah.
Yeah. This variation is interesting because uh, the computer I looked at it a couple years ago really liked White almost anything he does, but it's really hard practically to keep things fully under control. Kind of interesting choice too from Nordbeck Jr. being like, I can hold this bad boy.
Mm-hmm.
I can hold this Donchenko.
Yeah.
Foos chess is hoping for chess foosball. That would be the thing, huh?
Man, that maneuver through A2, that's a funny one. Bishop B1 to A2.
Um, Talk about funny maneuvers. Bishop D5 was played instead of Queen D5. I liked your Queen D5. Knight F6, Bishop G2, just playing for at this point, it's that I would say that's like saying I'm not playing for a knockout. I'm just playing for domination. Like your both of your knights are crispy. The bishop on G2 working so well with those pawns on dark squares.
Uh-huh.
But doesn't feel it's not a knockout punch or anything.
No,
Like
not yet.
rook D8 could be a move.
Yeah, rook D8, he's going to fianchetto the other bishop that he's got remaining.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, rook D8.
Mr. Bruce, let me ask you important questions.
Yeah.
So biggest, not quite the biggest game of Sam's life tomorrow, but very consequential.
Mm-hmm.
Is your lady letting you come in tomorrow?
Nah.
No.
Nah, I gotta sleep.
Even now, let me ask you: if she gave you the pass, would you do
Nope.
it?
I gotta sleep, man.
But if it was a classical game, then you would do it.
Well, yes, of course.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So everybody, I think I'm gonna depart soonish,
Yeah.
but I just want to say I will be here tomorrow to watch those games. It's usually a very fast affair.
Yeah.
It's like Sam's fate will be decided in like an hour.
Yeah. Understand. And why is Sam playing so well in rapid chess for the first time in his life? What's going on?
I don't know if he was ever terrible at rapid chess.
He was pretty bad relative to, other people rated, 26, 70, 80, etc.
um,
Rook D8.
Dude, we've been doing this Goa tournament for a couple weeks now.
Oh, yeah. It's
Holy.
a long event.
I was going to tell you something important and now I forgot. Oh, okay. A couple things.
I'm
First,
trying to imagine that, Francois. Yeah, that would be great.
since David's a communist, he's not going to give you the following spiel. You can use Ogoa 20% off first month of the dojo. Pretty good deal. Also, we want to say, David won't say because he's a communist, but sometimes he does say this one. Like, we need support for this stream to continue. Imagine David's up at 1:30 in the morning, man. This is a labor of love. Throw him a couple dollars on the Patreon or join the Dojo training program, even better.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. I mean, if you specifically want to support our free content on Twitch and YouTube, the way to do that is to become a patron. Our suggested donation is $2 a month, I think. It's not very much, not compared to what we would earn if we taught private chess lessons instead of doing all this stuff for free all the time.
Yeah. Now, David, do you identify at all as an anarchist?
I mean, anarchy is a plausible concept. I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, Far Eastern's thinking maybe you're a little bit more of an anarchist than a communist.
Yeah, I would say communist is a good label for me because I think the most fundamental and important thing is to. You don't know exactly how the world should run. You only know it shouldn't be the way it is, right? And then everything else is just kind of guesswork, right? But it seems to me that the fundamental thing is that individuals shouldn't be able to own the land, the air, the water, the means of production, that sort of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't not just because it's wrong, so to speak, morally or whatever, right? But because you don't want one or two people making gigantic decisions, right? You don't want someone being able to make $1 billion worth of decisions of how society arranges its research, its resources.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty basic, pretty obvious.
Well, to me, it isn't obvious.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. But anyways, it's fun to talk about it. Um, all right, David, I think I'm out of here, bud.
Sure.
I think I'm gonna predict that Donchenko's going down. I still think that Arjun is gonna win this bad boy. But you're right, the way he's a tough customer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's interesting. Like I feel people probably like me are like Arjun should be there, but way he's only look at where you look at it, he's only 17 points behind Arjun.
Right.
So these are definitely the two last 2,750 plus players
Mm-hmm.
left. And I feel like Sindarov might be 2,750 quality.
He might be. He's playing
Yeah.
well so far
But
this
otherwise
tournament.
we're just dealing with chumps. We might love the chumps. We might they might be our chumps even.
Mm-hmm.
But they're chumps.
Yeah. H4, H5 makes sense, sort of poking
Yeah, sure.
at the
H4
position
for
here.
sure. Very natural. And Arjun's gonna do his dance where he's like, I'm gonna figure out the next couple moves and find a real torture for him. Like I'm gonna find a move in advance I'm gonna sting him with and then let him think about that.
Yeah.
Chump GM would just play H4 without thinking too much at all here.
Yeah. But Arjun does like to do the thing where sometimes he comes up with a several move concept, right? So then he can
Yeah.
blitz out some moves. And
Mm-hmm.
because if you play H4, okay, Wei Yi's thought of H4, right?
Yeah.
He's got something planned. But what Arjun will do, what's really evil about Arjun, is he'll be like, okay, so I'll play H4, he'll play H5, I'll play Bishop F3, he'll play B6, and then I'm gonna play, G4 or something. And then so he plans out some sequence like that, and then he goes bam, 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 and hits you with G4, and now you have to answer G4 in 4 minutes, right? And you didn't plan on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. For us, for Jesse, it's 7:40 a.m.
Yeah.
Kids should be heading to school around now. And for me, it's 4:40 a.m. Yeah, this looks like a moment where Arjun's going to try and plan something a couple moves down the road that Wei Yi hasn't yet planned for.
All right,
Hi,
David. It's
Sticky Cool.
enjoying. I will be back tomorrow to cover Sam's victory.
Thank you for your service, Jesse. We look forward to it.
It's his victory, bud. All right, I'm out of here. Bye, David. It's been a pleasure. Tschüss.
Tschüss. Mach's gut, bis morgen. Alrighty, folks. Arjun does calculate quickly, yeah. Is knight to c5 any good forcing a trade of knights? It's conceivable, but I don't see it having a super powerful effect right here below bronze. It doesn't look... Yeah. It doesn't look like it obviously increases pressure in a way that black can't answer. But, if you set up something, right? If you go here, here... Bishop F3. There could come some moment where somehow you go here and lift the rook. Sorry. The rook could take on C5. There could be something over on this side. I don't know. We'll see. He'll eventually play h4. No. Play something totally different. Ooh, sneaky. So he avoids the trades. And he's thinking maybe this square here. Then this knight has to stay on the back foot to keep this covered. He's also got to keep that covered. Yeah, I think in general, like Arjun, he's a practical player, and one of the things he's going to need is to get another mistake out of Wei Yi probably here. I know Jesse said that White was crushing, but I think Arjun might still need, one more little inaccuracy or two from Wei Yi. So he's more inclined to keep some more pieces on the board versus a knight trade on c5 or d4, as mentioned. More inclined to keep more pieces on the board, more pressure on Wei Yi with his time situation. So knight d2, queen e2 played. Wow. Okay, so looks like Arjun was not expecting that. That move leaves the pawn on b7 hanging. Presumably, the main thing Arjun expected was b6. So queen e2, what's the idea? Like if bishop f3, the knight's hanging. Okay, that's the idea. So you can't tempo the queen and then take this. So attacks the knight, and he's trying to force knight c4, queen, knight, and then maybe rook d2, just trying to simplify the whole thing. Could Arjun have not noticed this move? Figured Wei Yi was passive and couldn't come onto his side? I suppose rook c2 is the other big option for White now. Feels riskily awkward. Rook c2, black could play knight c5, in fact. You could take way too much of a risk here at the wrong moment. And that looks scary to me from White's perspective. I guess knight f1, and we're fine. Fine/winning. Okay. So he could play rook c2 maybe. But it feels like he didn't, it feels like he missed the move queen e2. I think that was a move that Arjun just simply didn't see. How Arjun got his name? Did his parents not give it to him? Bishop f1, queen takes d2 here. Rook c1, queen d1, knight f1, b6. Oh, that's interesting, RKJ. I did not know that. Did not remember that story. Rook c2, knight c5, bishop f1. Then after queen d1, the game goes on, yeah. But after knight f1, I think White would win in that position. Okay, so Arjun misses queen e2, but it's not a big deal. I don't think there's anything wrong with rook c2 and just continuing the game here. Suppose for black, I'd probably play b6. Man, really should have played h4 instead of knight d2, unfortunately. It's an obvious move, but he doesn't need to bail out Sweet Blues. He still has a fine position. And he just played rook c2, but he got a little shook there. Knight c4 is quite an unpleasant bailout for white, because if you drop the pawn on a2, it's very hard to win this endgame ever, right? So this would be very, very much what black's hoping for. So Wei Yi by now should have prepared an answer to rook c2. And I think b6 is pretty good. No, he's going to burn some time. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. And I hear a capture, I think, on the other board. Let's see what's going on. We got progress here. Trade of pawns. Black with millions of pawn weaknesses on light squares. That looks like a risky decision by black to undefend that c6 pawn here. I don't know why he's been so reluctant to move his king to one of these squares. For about 7 moves, I would have thought that he would defend this pawn with the king. And now he makes this trade and looks critically bad for Yakuboyev. Now I'm feeling like he might go down here, yeah. And 2 minutes on the clock for 3 moves. It's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to blunder anything, but it shows that he felt himself under pressure. He's been burning a lot of time under the stress of this game, and Donchenko playing pretty quickly, putting pressure on him. I can just feel something wrong with Noterbeck today. Like he's trying to defend the lead he has instead of, playing strongly and confidently. He looks like he's in big trouble. Yeah. Oh, man. When you're too happy with what you have and you're just trying to protect it, it can even happen within the course of a single game. Like you're up a pawn and suddenly you stop playing chess moves and you start just trying to defend what you already have. What's his plan here? Bishop g2, rook e3 maybe? If we were trying to think why is he doing what he's doing? Yeah, I'm talking about chess. Yeah. Well, because there's a kind of fear to it. Lecko says, hard to believe anything could go wrong. Okay, so he's going for this, maybe this rook ending after rook e3, bishop b5. It's easy to believe something could go wrong because the guy's scared and has used all his time. Even without seeing his face and the cameras, I can tell he's scared. So here, I was thinking he might take with the knight. Then the white rook's going to come to b4 to hold this. King comes. There's definitely still drawing chances in the rook endgame. Still chances, yeah. Yeah, if Leko's looking at an eval bar, then he has no idea what's going on. You just get, no matter how good you are, you just get blinded. And so he's even hesitating on this choice here. So that means he's considering something like here, here, here as well, huh? With a counterattack, and it's complicated because white can race guys. You can also just play rook e2 and take one pawn. But there, I don't know. Oh, I guess there's rook b3 to contend with. He must have made a choice now with 8 seconds on the clock. He plays king e6. I mean, when someone's playing moves with 8 seconds on the clock, how can you say there's no way anything could go wrong, right? Like, clearly things can go wrong. Okay, so what's black thinking here? There's bishop a4 and bishop c6. It's move 40. Two options. Bishop c6, rook e2, king f3, rook b2, bishop d5 check. That almost seems like the better move order for white. So maybe you can recommend it, Rainbow Teddy. Let's say this, if you're going to play a messy position with severe mutual time trouble, you're better off doing it against somebody 200 points higher than you than lower than you. All right, so let's say bishop c6, maybe instead of bishop takes d5. And now, first of all, knight e4 looks less good, right? Because you can check and then potentially just trade the knight. This could give some counterplay, though. But we could also just keep playing. Oh yeah, this move looks nice. I like that. The black king's getting forced into not very good position. I suppose you could also give this check, and if the king chooses not to go hide, now you can go up this pawn. Nah. Is there any hope to win this? No. Probably keep the bishop on the board and don't play the rook endgame. Which to me would suggest that maybe black should have taken the bishop. Bishop c6. Okay, so knight e4. I don't know. Let's check this one here for a second. This one almost seems worse. Okay, no reason to throw in the rook to the 6th rank. That didn't really help us. Let's just go here. All right, let's think about this position for a moment. So white's threat is to play rook a4. There's bishop versus knight. That's going to be an outside passed a pawn. This looks borderline lost for black. This looks borderline lost. Okay, so I'm thinking he's almost got to go for knight e4. Bishop check, king here. And take this for counterplay. But the chances of losing are huge. And why trade? I'll just take this pawn, right? Let's leave these guys on the board. Chekovich here, here. Okay, I mean, there's like a chance that black has to draw, but this is very risky kind of stuff. Bishop c6 played by Dunchenko after 4 minutes of thought. I approve. I mean, I could spend another 10 minutes calculating before I'd be really sure, but my instinct's telling me this is the right way to go. I like getting the bishop here early to stop rook b3 and rook here. Yeah, this feels good to me. All right. Skipping over to here, draw agreed quickly. Oh my goodness. Rook c2, queen d1 check, knight f1, b6, as I expected. And he says, just draw. He can't do anything. So he just overlooked that one move, queen e2, and his whole advantage disappeared. And Wei Yi survives, and we get tie breaks. And Aragaisi, a little bit of a miss there. Not that he was necessarily winning, but he could definitely put serious pressure on from this position here with the time lead and an advantage, probably, 0.5, 0.6, probably pretty big. H4, simple move so the king can tuck, and so you don't worry as much about the first rank. But he misses queen e2, and then black gets active. And he gives up on it. So more world rapid candidates, as Teddy says. We've got another match heading to tiebreaks tomorrow. That's 3 out of 4 matches, and honestly looks likely that it looks plausible that we'll get 4 out of 4 matches going to tiebreaks. This game here is maybe about a 50-50 between a win for Donchenko and a draw for Yakubayev. Oh, that queen a6 decision came out looking very good. King d6. Okay, staying central with the king. If bishop f7, knight takes rook. So presumably white's got to spend a move on rook a5 here. I think we'll see something like rook a5, rook check here. And the point is, by keeping the king on the bishop, white can't play rook a4 and defend these pawns as easily. So we get this and then this. And the rook defends here. Idea would be that if knight c5, black's going to be pretty solid. And against rook f5, maybe black has time to collect that pawn. Getting closer to a draw right there for sure. Good defense, good defense. That makes a lot more sense than this bad king f6 move that I had tried in a previous line. And he was confident enough about where the king needed to be that even though it was move 41 after a time scramble, he played king d6 in seconds. So maybe 50-50 was an exaggeration. Well, not an exaggeration, a miscalculation. I hadn't looked deeply enough. Perhaps Noterbeck's chances of drawing are more like 80 to 90% still. We get bishop takes e4. Wow. Defending the g-pawn. Okay, so now there's rook takes or pawn takes. I think it'll be pawn takes, making it past pawn. And, rook takes, there's also rook here. And then the rook can defend the b-pawn. So he takes like this. Okay, so now that's the main threat. And against king f2, there's rook f3. And if you go this way, takes. And if you go back, repeat. Or even, slightly improve the situation. fe4. Okay, Donchenko, what to do? Rook e5 is one obvious move. Rook h5 is another move. Yeah, if we want to get some drama. Yeah, so this could be like a dramatic line. Rook h5, check here. Rook here, check. King gets active. Over here, e3, rook takes, king there. Look at that surprise switch in direction I just did. And that was a hell of a switcheroo, but is white in time? Oh my god, white is in time. Huh. Didn't look like white's d-pawn would be fast enough there, did it? That pawn seemed to go twice as fast as a pawn's supposed to go. Okay, so we could try this way. Check here. Why not e2 instead of rook b1? Okay, let me try that. played d6, e2. Oh, king here, right? Covering the squares. Then you get to do this. Oh, okay, let's try that. Okay, so clutch easy says e2, easily, sorry. So if the king moves somewhere like this, you check in queen, here you queen, so here, here, and the rook's not in contact, huh? And black wins. That makes more sense. So just did some blundering. Props to Gabs also finding that variation. That shockingly wins for black, right? Down a couple pawns in the rook ending. I kind of expected it would, right? I had this feeling here, right? When I'm not taking d5 and I'm not taking g3, I expected this should win for black. So that gives you a sense of how much counterplay this e-pawn is providing currently in the position. Rook g1 at the end, white just wouldn't take the rook, sweet blues. That's the problem for black, right? White's king would just walk away. But they found it. The answer was e2. Excuse me. Live position. They've got 30 more minutes than it shows. So 50 minutes for Donchenko and 31 for Yakuboyev. And we could put a sensei eval on here if you want. I'm going to put a very mild evaluation here of 0.3, just saying I think white's preferable, but it feels like black is in range to scramble the draw here. Okay, options for white. So that was rook h5. Another option is probably rook a5. Black king's nice and centralized. Rook is active. White is up one pawn, but it's a bad one on b2. And black's currently threatening rook e2 and rook d3. The endgame should be a draw. The endgame should be a draw. Man. Donchenko seemed close there for a moment. I think he was a little bit close there, but if he didn't win that rook ending with Lei Kwang Liam, he's not going to win this one. You can't conclude anything from one move or one game to another. I just had to be evil. Couldn't help it. Maybe rook b5 is another candidate, holding this pawn. And then against this move, you play here, holding all the pawns for a moment. From black side, I'd probably advance my king, threatening rook d4, make white do this, check him, and grab that. Or what do I even need that b pawn for? Do this maybe? Do this whole thing again. We've learned how to do it now. So that makes sense, but that's a pretty easy defense for black again. Same kind of activity that we've seen before. Okay, back to the live position. We'll let Donchenko stew a little bit here. Rook takes a4 rather than rook b4. Well, I played rook b4 coming from b5 that time. If you go to a5 instead of b5, then check in here, which is what we looked at first. There are, interestingly enough, some tricks for black to win, Param, yeah. That's how counterplay works in chess, right? The player who has the advantage is always wondering just how badly are they risking things when the counterplay gets going. Pruess would not mind if they just agreed to a draw. Yakubuyev could move on, and I could try and take a nap. Would not mind. They do get more time at move 40, Nicholas Ever. So they are at move 42. They've got another 30 minutes that are not showing on the chess.com clock. But in real life in Goa, they have an extra 30 minutes. What's Kostya been up to? I'm not sure, Teddy. Probably something awesome. I'm just going to check something. Internal error for any website I try to go to. I can't go to any website. I can go to Google. I wanted to quickly check, online chess news to see if the game's already over. Maybe agreed to as a draw. Oh, they've got 3 commentators on the FIDE broadcast. 3 commentators. And Anna's on there. That's cool. And Artur's super. There's a 15-minute delay below bronze, so I thought maybe if I checked online chess news, I could find that the game's already over, and then in good conscience go off and take a nap. I know that's awful or evil or whatever. I'm not providing that dedication to my craft. But, every now and then it hurts in the middle of the night. Every now and then it hurts a little bit. Donchenko has to win. That's true. He should play determinedly for a long time, probably. Although there comes the moment where you just stop believing, and then you just give up. That's when you need to listen to Journey instead of agreeing to a draw in a must-win game. Go to the bathroom, listen to Journey, come back to your board and keep playing. Here's another weird candidate move, rook f5. That looks like a good answer. So the point is that, this move, then this move is bad for black. But if you come here, you're threatening to take with check, which would amount to the same amount of counterplay right here, right? And if white plays rook f2, then you activate the king that was cut off. So basically the problem for white is black's got 2 active pieces and white's got 1. The rook can't hold the king at bay and stop this rook's attacks at the same time. So this rook gets overworked, basically. Hey, Sweet Blues. Oh, looks like R42I3L is fixing the internet for us. Do you think that the internet crashed because too many people were trying to look for chess news like me? Anytime I try to go to a site and there's some kind of issue with the internet, I think, oh, it's because everyone in the entire world is trying to check the result of the same chess game as me. I figure that's the most common thing to cause a worldwide internet shortage or outage or crashage. So you're playing against a London player. How should you crush her? I don't know. Play good moves? no matter how desperate I would be here as Donchenko, I don't think I see a way to really keep the game going. Yeah. I mean, he probably gets a fair amount of money, Parham. It's not completely nothing, and you can have fun playing chess. In the end, the point of going to a chess tournament is really to play chess, not to get to the candidates or this or that. Really, the point is to play chess. If you get to qualify for some other chess tournament or get some money or whatever, that's all a bonus. But you should only really go to a chess tournament if you want to play chess. And if you can be satisfied at the end of the tournament that you got to play chess. I see your question, Jay Para. Yeah, there are books that have tactics in them. Woodpecker's a little bit advanced probably for you. Not a fan of his. You can admit if you're not a fan of somebody, yeah. Yeah, let me look 1 second. Let me look 1 second. We've got a whole recommendation list, on the Dojo site. So I can just look that up for you. You could work on the the chess puzzles from the Polgar book, right? 5,334 problems. Or you could start on you could do 1,001 chess exercises for club players like you were saying you were considering. That's a good one for you. Potentially if you've never done that. Yeah, do that one. I don't know if the number 5334 means something. You've done hundreds of main and twos. Good. Yeah, you can keep going with those, and then add the 1,001 exercises. It's good tries. Katz Peroff is saying. Yeah, I don't personally have any experience with like woodpecker methoding the positions from the woodpecker or any other tactics book. I don't know if that particularly helps or not. I don't have experience with it or a strong position on it. So Donchenko's been in thought at least 15 minutes on this move. Here's another thing I considered in sort of when I go into desperation mode like him, right? Honestly, against this move, I was calculating rook d4, but black doesn't even have to do that. Black can do this, right? and just repeat. All right, let me try this move. So this line is one surprise chance for white to win. If black comes back, I can come here. You see, my pawn majority is completely useless. But my hope was to tie black to this pawn while this possible breakthrough gets them. But then, yeah, I think this was the move I thought of for black that should mean that black basically wins this endgame, f6 here. This threatens king d2, right? So white can't race black. It has to come here. I guess again you could play f6 here for black. This is the blunder that would lose. But here, king here, you could now play f6. Man, white's just overwhelmingly crushed because the king's bad. So that's just a cheap trick, but it completely doesn't work. The king and pawn ending's winning for black. That's just a way of losing. We've got a move from Donchenko. G4 played. 18.5 minutes on that. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Good creativity and determination from Donchenko coming up with this move. Oh, you're right, Sweet Blues. Maybe there was the move h5 in that g5 breakthrough. Maybe the g5 breakthrough doesn't even win here, right? You keep this pawn from advancing, and this pawn is stopped by that one, and black still wins. Good call, Sweet Blues. Actually, I could probably use this position as a basic puzzle, black to play. Noticing that you've got that option. I mean, there's not a lot of moves to look at for a stronger player, but maybe for somebody around 1300 or so. Little puzzle. Well, I don't know Far Eastern whether or not you're allowed to ask the arbiter whether or not it's been 50 moves, but if you're allowed to do that, then and the arbiter didn't do something wrong, then there's nothing wrong with him asking if he's made 50 moves. That's what anyone would do. Normally you're supposed to keep score, right? You've got a 30-second increment. You're supposed to know if it's 50 moves yourself. But if you defend for 50 moves, you should get your draw, even if you're now in a losing position. It was rapid and blitz, so they're not keeping score. Well, then, yeah, it makes sense for him to ask the arbiter. How else is he supposed to make that claim? Okay, so g4, giving the king some more space, and I guess the intention is a slightly more active king position in this sort of a situation. And then maybe here embracing the e-pawn and centralizing your king. Black can get some counterplay there as well. Let's try and go up a pawn. We want this kind of a scenario for white. This is something that you could work with as white, this position here, for sure. Rook g2 to keep the king honest. Rook h5. Or a5. Ah, e3. This'll simplify it down for black and save the game. Okay, so this is a safer method for black than my first attempted defense. I don't think the difficulty level here is extremely high for Yakubayev. The only reason something would happen, I guess, would still be nerves at this point. It's a little bit scary, but, you know, you can handle positions like this. So, rook e2, king g3, rook b2, king f4, rook g2, rook e5. Okay, that maybe gets a similar situation. The idea is to, you know, again, force this kind of position here. And this position is scary for black. Yeah, so maybe rook e5 stopping that thing. Okay. That could go wrong. Good call, Gabs. I'd thought of this move, but I hadn't appreciated it properly. Okay, we got to move. Rook b3. So it's like check and takes, but it delays the take, so the king doesn't get to play king f4 here. So white can't play king g3, rook b2, king f4. White has to do something else here with the rook, presumably, right? Like rook a5 or rook h5. Then black will take with check, king here. And since the king's not on f4, black will have the extra option of e3, e2. Or of rook b3 check, rook takes a3. So, yeah. So the tempi will just be slightly changed because white doesn't have that king f4 move available. This is a nice improvement probably because, you know, rook c2, king d5 is rarely going to be anything for white. So this is just a better move order than check, for sure. King f2 played. Okay. Very good. So now on check, king goes to e3 instead of f4. And it's similar in that sense. Nice. Good move. Good move, Dunchenko. Keeping the pressure on. Keeping the pressure on for now. He didn't do anything illegal, but that way of escaping a mate in one felt weird. It is a little bit weird, Far Eastern, but it's definitely nothing to hold against Dunchenko. I would claim a draw if I'd defended for 50 moves as well. The 50 move rule is there for a reason, which you could agree or disagree with. But, I mean, essentially it's there because there are positions like rook and knight or rook and bishop where your opponent could play for, 5,000 moves. And eventually you might make a mistake, but there has to be some limit on how long they can play it in circles, I think. I don't know. Well, I mean, you don't have to agree with that, but that's the concept at least. So I would not hold that against Dunchenko in the slightest. That's not even something dubious within the rules. That's just completely, that's the point of the rule. If he's wrong about the moves, no big deal. Yeah, Patrick, there are some endgames that are actually kind of winning and require a certain number of moves to win. And in those cases, it would be nice if the rule were maybe a bit more nuanced, right? Like you get to try certain endgames for a certain amount of time, certain endgames for a certain amount of time. I imagine the rule could perhaps be improved in that sense. Okay, so notice here, black can win back their pawn with check here, here. But at the end, after they've done it, white goes here and goes up a pawn again, plus idea to swing the rook behind that pawn. Very, 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 very plausible position for white to play. Maybe black can do something like this. But you always break through. And if they go here, then you break through from this way. And now it could get even worse. We drop the f pawn and the rook still makes it to a6. Okay, so what is Noterbeck to do here? Rook and bishop versus rook is a draw, no matter how long you let them play. But that's one of the endgames where you maybe want a 50-move rule so that the person with the rook and bishop can't play it for 500 moves. Okay, so some problems being posed to Yakubayev. And he's thinking pretty hard about this one. He could try and move like rook h3, rook d3, rook b2, e3. He's got a few options. He could also play a move like f6, waiting to take. And I think rook h5 might be white's intention. Similarly, against rook h3, I think rook h5 is pretty good for white. I don't think that's a real problem for white. Is there an option to wait around? Let's look at this move for a second. Rook f3 check. If the king goes here, that would be repeating, right? Here and then this. Coming after these, saying they're more dangerous than these two. Foos, that sounds, yeah, like very poor. Hiding the queen under the table when your opponent needs to promote. That sounds very poor. This looks like a decent option for Yakubayev, though. This rook f3 check, king g2 repeat, king e2, rook g3. Yeah, black's pretty close to getting the draw, Patrick. Okay, options for white at this point. You could go after one of these pawns, or you could push this one. If you go here, the problem is the black king activates. And then the e-pawn becomes very strong with the king very active. Honestly, black is better now, probably. Let's try g5 for a moment. Takes, rook h3. A little bit risky for black to let the white king get active like that. But perhaps you can still take this and go here. That said, there might be something even safer, like f6 here, right? With the rook trying to hold this pawn. White should force black to go after the queenside pawns. That's why you don't like going king e2. But if black checks you here, I mean, going this way is repetition, right? And that leaves going this way. Yeah, Patrick, although I was down a pawn in that last variation, I felt like I was doing okay for black, this one here. Because it's a bit of a race, so the number of pawns doesn't matter as much. I was even going to play this check here, thinking that if this happened, I could, you know, just keep giving checks. Ultimately, maybe we can even do this instead of rook b3. I don't know. We'd have to calculate this line. But it looks like a draw to me. Yeah, looks very, very clear at the end there. All right. So now we can mention Yakubayev has used more than half of his 30 minutes. So that tells us that Donchenko has successfully applied some pressure in this endgame here, right? Successfully applied some pressure. And I think with two very, very good moves. G4, beautiful. Keeping that tension in the game, introducing the idea of king g3, king f4. In case of that check. Very, very beautiful. And then rook b3, trying to keep the king from getting near the e-pawn, and he finds this beautiful move, king f2. So he can still stay in range. And if he can centralize his king, and the king becomes super strong there, that creates all kinds of interesting and unusual options and difficulties for black. So, nice stuff. Instead of king f2, you like maybe rook e5 last move. So rook e5 last moves, you're going to emphasize this, but you're going to give these pawns with tempi, both of them, right? Now it comes here, and now basically there's a move from Yakubayev. Now basically black's running this pawn. Oh, here with check. Here. Do we have time for h5? No, that's important. You see that detail? So you come here. I'm going to try and use the A pawn to win the H pawn. Takes, king c7. If you go here, you know, I trade this off. This is drawing. And white doesn't have time for h5, keeping the pawn because of king b7. And the rook can't get behind the A pawn properly. Maybe rook f6. I mean, if we're desperate to win, we can look at everything, right? Ooh, and that even lets us get behind. So king here, let's say, and then this. Well, that should still win for white. Hang on. Rook f6. Woo. Rook f6. A final breath of winning. But let's see what he's played. He played rook f3 check. King went to e2. And now, remember we looked at rook g3 here, but he played rook f4. Well played by Yakubayev. That looks like a very looks like a very solid solution to the predicament. Now, it doesn't mean that white's out of things to do. White can go for the A pawn. Right, some version of king e3, rook here. Well, maybe even h5 then. But for argument's sake, white can do this, right? Still with a pair of connected passers. Still some complications, although that move and these pawns become strong. Black can hold them together with or without the king. They become self-propelled pawns when the rook goes into f3. So that's going to be enough counterplay for black again. So that's interesting. So white can still make something dangerous by going after the A pawn and sacking this side. But the counterplay from black is going to be very strong. Okay, so can we still create some difficulties? Oh, Patrick suggested this a while ago. Good job, Patrick. Dukic, you know both players, and you can confirm that not only the player who got cheated doesn't like the other player, but the player who did the slimy thing, they also don't like their opponent because of something around it. Like maybe they don't like their opponent because their opponent got offended. I've always been curious if the reason I'm asking you for this clarification, I've always been curious if the slimy, cheaty kind of people also don't like the people that they're sliming, so to speak. Rook f4. What can Donchenko do? Are there any tricks and difficulties you can still pose black here? Maybe h5? We could go king e3, rook g4, h5. Here's a little finesse. We're going to pull this king back before we deign to take his pawn. Rook endgames are quite tricky, yes. f5, rogues? Here? The king can't take because of rook h5 for sure. What about rook f5? Rook can. Okay. King can't, rook can. Even if you got down to one pawn against one pawn like this, there'd still be a few tricks left here. This looks correct here. You can defend the pawn and sack the rook. Yeah, that's a draw. This one Dukic can hold. Excellent. So this is the live position after rook f4 with Donchenko still thinking. So that was king e3. We didn't try g5 yet, but Patrick has already pointed out elsewhere that there's rook takes h4, just covering all this. So that's just trading. These pawns are both getting eliminated that way. Have we looked at rook h5? I don't know that we have. Nope, not yet. Rook g4, check. King here. Look at me, being so mature and not taking the pawn on h4, but getting my counterplay engine going. And here, black's threatening to win, despite being down 2 pawns. Right here. As you can perhaps see. The d pawn's not worth much, because the rook can't sit here forever, and, well, these pawns are pretty strong. Right here, white could check here, and then grab this pawn instead of this pawn. But if they do, then black eliminates material like this. And we're well within range of a draw for black easily here. In fact, black's maybe maybe better now. Yeah, maybe better now. So that was rook h5. Yeah, you could also do a mix of the two options. You could play rook h5 with the king here. Then maybe one thing black can do is f5, forcing your rook to choose between the pawns. If here we take out this one, and again, we're just looking to go here and get this one next, and in exchange for one or two of these. If the rook goes here, the king comes up, and then you can attack the pawn, but check. And here, black holds it, and the king can take, and so on. Well, also, I mean, if you come here, black can just take this. So maybe you go here to force them to check. But then that was another tempo, and then they take here. Black's good. Instead of rook a6, rook f6. Or maybe here you're saying rook f6 instead of rook a6 or rook h5. But it'll be the same thing, that the black rook will just come around like this, and then black can take here. Okay, so rook f4. Still, we haven't found any chink in this move. All right. Cheers, Gabs. Have a good tournament. Enjoy your preparation. In the line without king e3. So that's here. Here. Rook f6 here. Yeah, that also lets black take, and then any number of things, right? But I might start with some checks. Make the king go this way. It can't get out through f4 because of rook f3 check, winning the rook. So at some point the king has to go back this way, and then I can bring my king forward. And, you know, if anybody's better, it's black. White should still be able to Philidor it. But, yeah, White's getting into the territory of needing a few good moves there. So nothing really standing out for Donchenko here, right? Nothing standing out for him. But he's made a heck of a fight of it. So good on him. Good on him for that. Have any other ideas? Rook f5 immediately. Rook g4. Rook f7, rook h4. Too much comes off. Rook a5 we looked at. Yeah. We've looked at more or less everything. Donchenko's down a game from yesterday, Mr. Pizza. So if he can't come up with something in this rook ending that none of us have seen yet, he would be out of the World Cup. Yeah. That would be the end. Uzbekistan's the only country with 2 players left in this final 8, huh? 1 Russian, 1 American, 1 Chinese, 1 Indian, 1 Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican, 1 German, 2 Uzbek. Huh. Impressive. Impressive for Uzbekistan. Yeah, Kubayev reached 2,700 yesterday. That's correct. Well, I guess I've racked my sleepy mind about as hard as I can here, and I'm not seeing any other things to try here for white. We've done something like this. In this position I played king e3. b4 would be a slightly different look, but in general I think we believe that black's pawns are good enough counterplay in this kind of position. It's 3 against 3, and black's pawns are further advanced than white, so it's not really any particular reason to think that white would be better in this position. And in fact, I would almost say it's riskier for white. Like, white might want to play a move really soon that tries to draw here. I think Jose in the semifinals on his own would be more surprising than 2 Uzbekis making it to the semis. Yeah. Let's go, Yaspam. I loved the game that he won as black against Serrana. That was in the Marshall attack of the semi-slot. That was pretty cool. Okay, Donchenko catching up on time with Noterbeck, not finding anything. Here, if I were white, I would probably try and draw with something like this move. But black could just put the rook here. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Yeah, if we start asking me how to draw this position here for white, then my life gets a little harder. Okay, maybe we got to activate the rook. I mean, if we're going to be here, might as well solve tricky puzzles. And then, boom, get behind that. Now, if they self-propel, maybe I have time for some counterplay. Well, this is the live position here, Salvador. And yeah, if I do really crazy stuff for Donchenko, there are ways to lose. But right now, I mean, at the moment, there's no reason on the board Donchenko should lose this second game. He should be able to easily draw if he accepts a draw at some point. There is always a chance that when you're in a must-win situation, you do something that causes yourself to lose a theoretically unlosable position. Yeah. It was an option Rose to play d5. I just didn't see a way for d5 to exactly work in that position. It seemed like the black king could take it, and white was still struggling to stop the 2 pawns. So I didn't play it out for you. Oh, we got a move. King e3 played, 19 minutes. Rook takes g4 immediately. So now there's h5 and rook h5 for white, our main things we considered here. It looks like Donchenko has not yet picked his next move. Yeah, who are the favorites in these tie breaks that are coming up? Good question. We have to discuss some other things other than just me staring at this rook endgame in pain. So Esipenko-Shanky should be very close. More or less a toss-up. And, rapid and blitz tie breaks tend to be more toss-ups than anything else. Shanky obviously very motivated and in great form, but Esipenko is also, everybody left at this point is motivated and in good form. Esipenko lost a couple games in a long match to Puya Idani, but did beat Kamer. In tie breaks, did eventually beat Idani in tie breaks, and did beat Grebnev in tie breaks. Yeah, I mean, you could try to say that, Shanklin's a 53%, 47% favorite or something like that, but what's the point? I mean, it's basically just a toss-up. And then we've got Erigaisi against Wei Yi, where I guess Erigaisi would be like a tiny favorite, but again, not by much. Sindarov against Yaspam. They're basically all toss-ups. All three of these tiebreak matches tomorrow. There's no really clear favorite. There wasn't really a clear favorite in classical either. In these matchups, not huge. Sindarov probably a favorite in classical against Yaspam, but then after it finishes 1-1 in rapid, it's probably a toss-up. Yeah. So no clear favorites tomorrow. Jesse will probably only show you the Shanklin versus Esipenko match. So if you're worrying about somebody else like Wei Yi or Sindarov or somebody, you might have to check on your own at that point. I never saw this game. Let's have a look and see how this game was played. 4 knights, knight d4. Wow. Big Theory played quickly here. Exchange sack from black. Ooh, huge threat on e3. King starts running. Second exchange sack. Wow. It's a very exciting game. Bravo. Knew his stuff. An hour and 35 versus an hour and 33. Wow. They knew their stuff. You love that we speak English? Okay, I don't think that's particularly special in the world of chess commentary, but I'm glad that you like us. I mean, Meyer slash, it was clearly a known drawing line to them. Did I know that line? No. That was not something that I knew by heart. I don't know so much by heart. Now Donchenko. He's using every minute he's got on this match. Oh, 我很累了。我需要睡觉。Wei Yi is 50 points higher rated than Erigaisi in Rapid. Yeah. I'd seen that. He's 27.58 in rapid, right? Which is quite high. But I think Aragai's rapid rating's probably just not accurate. I imagine it's a pretty well-balanced match there. Try listening to FIDE and chess.com commentators. Do they not speak proper English or something? Are you upset by some accents on some international commentators? Or is it worse than accents to you? I mean, I thought today's broadcast was Artur's and Anna and Jovanka. I think Jovanka's a native English speaker, and I've spoken much more with Anna and Artur's. Never had any problem understanding them. They're fluent. I don't know about other days. I just happened to see it today. But generally, I never watch the chess.com or FIDE commentators for long because there are engine evaluations and they're just repeating engine evaluations and engine lines, and that's why I don't really have any experience watching anything else. Yeah, I mean, Jackson, when you see the time they spent on that game, it's clear that they knew it, right? Because in the final position, they had more time than they started the game with. So they knew everything in advance, these two. It was still exciting, but yeah, I didn't know about this. You can still learn something from it, right? Like there's a very interesting moment here. Right, where black trades this exchange sack to open up the E file and then bringing the last piece to the party before starting trades. That's very instructive. And second exchange sack, very cool. And then even this position that's still down the exchange that white can't sort out the king without avoiding a repetition. It's very cool. Definitely something that we can learn from, even if it's not exciting sporting wise to watch those players. To watch those players, obviously knowing what they're doing, you know that nobody's going to lose the game, and you know it's basically like they're not playing almost. So it's not exciting from a sporting perspective for the tournament, but it's still something we can learn from that game. Saying, why does white take with the knight, not the pawn at the first exchange? Well, I guess what black wants is this file open. So if white did it this way, perhaps black would just play rook e8 immediately. Preparing. Oh, actually, also since black hasn't sacked an exchange, it might be enough for black to go here, here, takes. Right, Pearl? Having not sacked an exchange, maybe we don't need the extra power of the rook. We can just go here, and here, and here, and here. And that's plenty good enough for black to hold the game, or maybe even get a little advantage or something. Yeah. Which of them is higher rated in rapid chess, Ivan, between Sindarov and Jaspom? Okay, h5. Donchenko down to 8 minutes, saves the h-pawn. We looked at this option as well. In this position, my move was rook g2. when we analyzed. Sindarov is higher rated at 2688. Okay. Well, if Yosmim is rated 2640 rapid, we can say that Yosmim is way underrated for OTB FIDE rapid, right? He should surely be 2700. Sindarov should probably also be 2700. You know, a lot of people don't play as much rapid. Basically, rapid chess is played a lot more by players over 2700 because they get invited to these elite rapid tournaments with big prize funds, and the players under 2700 play classical chess for very small prize funds. Why he didn't go rook h5 here? We had something ready against rook h5 as well. What was it? Oh, I came up with the move f5 here, I think. And I think that was a very good one, Jackson, because if white takes on f5, black gets rid of the h-pawn. And if white takes on h6, then after king d5, black gets good counterplay with these two connected passed pawns, rook g3, rook f3 coming. Oh, I didn't know that, Mr. Pizza. He's losing points in rapid chess? Yosmim is? So he had a tiebreak with Ivic. Oh, and he drew all the rapid games and won in Blitz. And with Hari, he drew a couple rapid games and then won one rapid game. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so Yakubuyev thinking here. I don't imagine that f5 is the only road for black. But rook g5, h5, h6 probably wins for white. So there are some blunders left. I don't think in a million years anything like that could be blundered. So f5's one draw. What else could be a plausible draw? There's also rook g2, which has a fair chance of drawing. Oh, sorry. My plan here was rook g2. It was against rook h5 that we had f5. Against h5, f5 would be illogical. White would just take it. So we have one draw here that we figured out before, which was rook g2. Are there other moves for black that make sense? In theory, moves like rook h4 and f6 could be playable as well. Rook g2, definitely pretty direct. Rook h4 looks like it shouldn't spoil anything. Keeps things attacked and defended. Can always go to h2. Waiting to see what white actually wants to do. Is there something weird with two mice moving at once? I don't know. Oh, you can see my mouse here over both windows, right? Yeah, that's because of screen real estate. One window is under the other. Because I don't need to edit it that often, so it's just hidden back there. f6, if black plays rook g6, they could eventually lose. Well, f6 could set up rook g5. Yeah, fair enough. So probably three moves that are good candidates for holding. We'd only really analyzed rook g2 before, and it did hold just fine. I'm not too worried for Yakubuyev at this point. I feel like his confidence should be pretty good. Donchenko obviously was tanking, looking for something, and then that gives you confidence. You stop worrying as much when you can tell that your opponent doesn't see anything really troubling. They've only made 7 moves in an hour in the second time control so far. 6 in Yakubuyev's case. Actually, they've probably been at time control for an hour and 20 minutes or so, because Donchenko had saved almost half an hour from the first time control. So at the moment, I have no cause for concern, but we'll just hang out a bit more here. How did the pawn structure get fixed, Patrick? He had a knight on e4. And it was attacking a pawn on g3 along with his rook on the third rank, so white traded the knight with the bishop. And that fixed the pawn structure. Yeah. I played a little bit of chess yesterday myself, but it was blitz chess. A couple days ago, I played a game 30 against Leela. Didn't go my way. I was doing okay until somebody in the house started screaming at me, and then I blundered. But you always feel like the blunder was going to come eventually against Leela. To me, it's a draw, Skibix, yeah. You know what way he probably has Ivan is more experience playing Rapid, because I think he's been playing those tournaments for a few more years than Aragaisi, because he's been 2,700 for, 6 years longer than Aragaisi. So what way he probably has is more experience in those, playing Rapid against other top players. But yeah, I played some blitz games yesterday. I got wrecked in one bishop g5 Najdorf line. It's very rare for me to lose with the Najdorf, but the position was just so bad so quickly. I didn't have anything to play with to try and save it. Then I did some opening prep so that it won't happen to me again. Yakubayev going down a bit low indeed, Mr. Pizza. I would probably play a little faster than this, just saving some minutes for later if I were confident in my move, which I am. So I wonder. The pressure of this moment seems really, really high for both these players. Crazy to think that, they're just looking at 2 or 3 moves in an endgame here, and they're spending as much time on it as they will spend on some people spend on an entire game tomorrow in the Rapid tiebreaker. Hey, Skibix. So basically, I think it's only set for January right now, because January is sort of 1 month test case. So I can't speak to how many spots there would be in the group classes in future months if we decide to keep doing them. But I think the idea for January is that the classes where you go over people's profiles and their games would have a maximum of 10 students in the group. So depending on the group, it could be anywhere from 4 to 10 players, probably a minimum of 4, maximum of 10. And then the classes that are on a particular topic, like classes on end games 400 1200 or Najdorf for 14 to 1800, stuff like that, those group classes won't have a particular limit. So it's just however many people are in the right rating range and want to attend the class. So if 20 people want to attend the lecture on the Najdorf, they can, and they can ask questions via chat. But the sessions about people's games and profiles will be kept somewhat smaller with everybody on, like, having a mic, so you don't have to ask your questions by typing them. You just speak up when you want to. Okay, so what has he played? He's played a move finally, got down to just under 4 minutes, and then he played my move, Rook G2. He spent over 10 minutes on that move, 10 and a half minutes. Wow. A sign of maybe a little bit of lack of confidence still or something, but yeah, I mean, I would have rather spent 4 or 5 minutes on that move and saved 10 minutes for my next move than spend 10 minutes on that move and save 4 minutes for the game. White quickly plays Rook B5 in response, and now what are the options here? Maybe F5 is the main option. It was half an hour ago that I analyzed this, so I have to try to remember even what I thought about. The guy might play B3. We'd better play F5. Right, so F5 could be a move here. Just kind of try and force the game along with Rook F5, Rook B2. 2.5 minutes. We might still be in line for some surprise drama at the end of this game, folks. Let's think about it. Rook G5 still loses. F6, King E4. Rook H2, King E4. King C6, challenging the rook. So if the rook stays on the B pawn, it allows the F pawn. That looks like a good move by Yakubayev. I know there's some worry about his clock and him panicking, but this seems like a nice move here. And if the rook moves in this direction, then we can take here again. The move makes sense. Okay, so Jackson has a question about this alternative. What if black had gone for the more forcing F5, rook takes, rook check, king here, rook here? Doesn't white have chances? I think no, Jackson, because of rook check here being pretty strong. King here, rook check, king here, rook takes. And then, yeah, basically, you know, black's pawns are good enough. Yeah. Sure. We can answer that question anyway, Foos. F6, King E4, Rook G5. What's the eval after Rook G5, F G5? One second. Looks like a draw, Foos. Looks like a draw. White can never take on h6 and then outrace the g-pawn because you have to step back onto the g-file and black queens with check. So you can never win by going to h6. You can never go all the way to a4 without this pawn queening. b3 pawn takes a4, b2. You'll always be slower than black. And finally, there's a limit to how far you can push this pawn up the board. Sorry. Because at some point, you go past this rank and this pawn queens. So I'd say draw. King c6 on the board. That's a live position. 3 minutes for Noterback, 4 for Dunchenko. Whew. Yeah, that pawn ending was doable. It was relatively simple, no? When white plays b3, black can take it, Pearl. In this line. You could go here, 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 here like this. You want to play b3. Takes, g4. So b3 is too far for your king. Basically, anytime you play b3, you'll lose. You don't have to take the pawn right away. You could play a4, then black plays g4. Something like this. Okay, so king comes here, check here. And that's a single repetition, right? Because Dunchenko played rook b5 in this position previously. Now he's down to 2 minutes. God, I hope there's not a million things I have to do during the day today. Yeah, nothing. 1 minute left. Ay. Okay, so he tried rook b5. We can try king e4. We can try rook a5. With rook a5, the idea would be rook b2, king e4. Ooh, it goes back to b5. All right, goes for rook f5. So we will get some version of rook b2, rook f6 or f7. Maybe f7 first, because you can take the other one with check. And here, if king d5, you can check the king away. Whereas if you take the h-pawn first, the king comes to d5, check, and black gets control of things in the center with the king. Here, if black tries to come after this area, you can check him away. I mean, that's probably a drawing counterplay as well, but, you know, that's the concept. We've got a little more distance by taking this pawn than by taking this to deal with this king. And if black goes here, 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 then white gets this strong unit in the middle of the board, pushes the black king back, takes this pawn. And this is a position where black's defending and white is squeezing. So, yeah, makes sense. Maybe rook h2 is an option here. It could be seen as tempo losing if white goes and takes this, but your rook's good behind the pawn, and your point is now maybe not to take here, but to play with this pawn. Yeah, so we leave the rook behind the dangerous pawn and use our king, send our king for counterplay. Oh yeah, definitely still tricks. I've had OTB games with players rated 2000 where somebody won or lost situations like this still. Rook check, king e4, rook a3. Okay. So this lets white have a little something. I don't think it's lost for black, but it gives white a little something. I feel like the rook h2 line gave white less than this one does, because now the white king and pawn are bossing the middle. Yeah, this is like the first of maybe 2 steps towards losing. Like, that's halfway towards losing. Just that choice right there. King b7. So, he wants to make real counterplay here where the rook won't be able to get back behind it. Right, so his concept is like here, here. And he's just saying, whatever you're doing, this a pawn is running. And when you deal with it with your rook, then I'll take here. And my king's still close enough that the d pawn's not going to win by itself. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's still just a clear draw. How do you evaluate it from far away, Jackson? Depends on the player. Sometimes they'll try to calculate really far ahead. They'll always have experience that's just giving them like a guiding instinct of what the evaluation might be or probably is. There's not necessarily an exact science to it. You've got a feeling. I mean, there are various rules of thumb, but I think a master's experience is much more detailed and advanced than a rule of thumb. But one rule of thumb about rook and pawn endings is there are 3 kinds of advantage. Let's say 3 key advantages. There are others possibly, but there's king activity, rook activity, material. And to win a rook endgame, normally you need 2 of those things. So if you're up a pawn, you need to also have either the better king or the better rook, normally. That's a very crude rule. I mean, master level players are going to have hundreds of more detailed concepts that they're dealing with that help them get instincts. For example, you know, in race positions, it's going to be how fast the passed pawns are that matters more than the material, right? So I created some endgames earlier like this, and we had one where black didn't have the h pawn, so they were down a pawn. In fact, we had one where somebody was down 2 pawns, and you know, we have an instinct that black's probably winning here, despite even if you were down material, because it's sort of a speed question, and these 2 pawns are further advanced than white's pawns. So there's all kinds of details, right? Like, there are theoretical positions we know. There are, you know, types of endgames like positional, squishing, centralization, different factors, and, you know, All kinds of little instincts around that. Rook goes to h3. We see Donchenko basically running out of time. Yakuboyev playing one or two confident moves. He's got his plan locked in here to race this pawn, and when you bring this rook to stop it, to collect that pawn. King can't get there because it's cut off this way. So finally he gives a check. Black's going to want to let the rook get behind his pawn on a7, so these are the moves. King b6 and king b8 both look fine. To some extent, Jackson, you can compare it to how people evaluate openings and middle games and other phases of the game, right? You've got all kinds of instincts about what the different values are and which ones matter more in certain positions. Like if you see some opening and somebody gets ahead in development, you've got some kind of instinct. How big a deal is the development lead in this particular position? And similarly, in rook endgames, you're going to have instincts once you have a lot of experience. And those instincts are going to tell you something like, oh, here the passed pawn is really hard to stop, or here the rook is very active, or etc., etc. It's pretty over here, pizza, yep. Oh, we've got another move, rook h8, trying to get behind. I guess king b7 would be the most basic move now, right? For Noterbeck, who's double checking some stuff, but probably has his plan in mind. I suppose one thing you can think about is he's got a second way of doing this. He can let the rook get behind, right? And just... oh, this is a nice little finesse. This is a dirty finesse. If the king goes here, you can take, and they can't take this pawn yet. And if the king comes up, you can take with check. So rook h8, a3 is a pretty clear draw as well. King b7 is the most obvious technique to me, however. Bonjour. Ah, t'as apporté deux doudous. Doucement, pops. Doucement. Hey. Elle n'a pas aimé ça. T'as compris? Elle n'a pas aimé ça. Ça va? Bien dormi ce soir? Ouais. Oh oui, elle t'adore. Elle aime jouer avec toi, toujours. Ouais, j'ai presque fini mon émission là. Draw agreed. Rook h8. He offered the draw. All right. And so.
I want that.
Well played by both of them. Epic fight. Tu veux la souris? Oh, tu veux les petits trucs là? Tu peux avoir une, oui.
I want it like that.
Tu veux manger dans le bol direct?
Yeah.
Un moment, je suis pas... Laisse-moi juste ajuster ça. So we get 0.5 to 1.5, the final score in that match. Yakuboyev now very, very close to the candidates. The only way for him to not become a candidate is to now lose 2 consecutive matches. He needs to win 1 out of 2 matches. So his chances of qualifying to the candidates are somewhere in the 65 to 75% range at this point, probably. Oh, yeah. Big deal. Oh, elles sont là? Sans nous? Yeah, I mean, epic fight. Great run at this tournament for Donchenko. Donchenko eliminated 2 candidates personally, right? Geary and Bluebaum. Then he also took out Lei Kwang Liem, another one of the favorites at that stage, right? 27-29. So he had a great run, even if he won't be joining Bluebaum in the candidates. And that's our show for today. We've got 3 tiebreak matches tomorrow. Jesse will be covering Estepenko versus Shankland at around the same time. So have a great day, everybody, and we got to run.